Well, I'm very late. Let's turn this down. Hello, hello. What a day. I've been busy. I have been very, very busy. Oh. We gotta bribe the cat. I'm here. How are we all doing? Hello, brother. They do it all the time, Bob. They don't even tell us as creators or anything. They don't even give a notice. They just turn it on. And I was talking to Earbad a minute ago, and he was basically saying, like, why is it on a Thursday for 48 hours? Why isn't it on the Friday so that it covers the weekend and then players have time to play? Like, come on. Like, it's so dumb. It's so dumb. Yeah, I haven't done the optimizer update yet. I'm working through it. They've changed a bunch of different things. I've got to update all the sets, and it's not as simple as plug a few numbers in and off you go, unfortunately. The way that they've redone the blessings, they've done more than just add the stats in the back end, so... It is so warm, I can't tell you. Like, I'm incredibly warm. It's not even comfortable. I was like looking through my closet trying to find the least like loosely fitting t-shirt that I could possibly find so I could just sit here like, please don't burn me. I have a puny fan. I need to buy another one tomorrow. The one I've got is so small. What? Hello? What are you doing? The cat has literally been in the corridor like flat out. So she's been, normally she's in like either the donut bed or she's in the bedroom, but she's literally just been in the corridor flat as a pancake. Bless her. She's like struggling. Get a sarong, God. It's so warm at the moment. It's like, the problem with the UK is when it gets warm, it's not comfortably warm. It's just very like muggy and humid. It's very close. Whereas when you go to like the Caribbean places, like it can be like 5 degrees warmer than it is right now, and it doesn't feel so bad because it's just fresher. Come on then. What do you want? Should we get you some of these? Should we have some salmon? Oh, yes, this is what we want. Well, we need to do Ice Golem. We're going to have to take away the Frenzy set from our dear old Oella. So Oella's going to need to be rebuilt. So we're going to be doing that. We're going to be looking at some of the set changes. No, I have shorts on. Don't worry, James. It's fine. So we're going to have a look at some of the set changes. I did open my my Great Hall chest. I probably should have saved it for stream. I was trying to look into the game code to see what the odds were. But you can get 6-star mythical gear. This rolls mythical gear. So it's kind of like an upgraded gold 5 chest. I got 3 divine speed 6-star epic, which is quite good compared to gold 5. My only question would be now is if there's a chest that can give us these rewards, why don't we go and get it from... Why can't we have it in gold 5? You're rewarding a position in arena with less rewards than basically excess gold medals. And to be honest, I don't even know why there's a cooldown. Why is there a cooldown? Like, I know it's only 2 days, but some people I know have got like 200,000 gold medals. They're never going to get through it. It's going to take them like a year to get through it at this rate. Like, I don't see the point. They haven't updated the gold 5 chest, no. 2 more, otherwise you're a little pig. 1,000 gold medals. So like, what's that? What's the equivalent there? How many do you get at tier 5? Let's have a look. Tier 5. So I get like 4 medals a win. So what's that? 10 battles is 40. So 400 battles is 100 battles. So less than 1,000 battles. Just do some basic math. Yeah, 250 wins, right? 250 wins. 250. Now, if we work out how many you get a day, you get on average, if you really grinded it, 25 a day. So you need 250 wins divided by 25. So what's that? Like 100 days? $250 wins equals 10 days. Is it? My brain is so like mush today. Yeah, 10 days. So it's cooldownable every 2 days, but you get enough rewards every 10 days if you play all of Arena all the time, which I don't anymore. Honestly, my brain is mush today. I don't know what I'm going to be on this stream. I've done so much work today. I don't even know where I am. But if you put that into context, right? Some platinum players have over 200,000 gold medals. They're never going to get rid of it. It's going to take them literally years to get this down. Because at most, you can do 1,000 every 2 days, right? So if we basically aggregate it, it's like, well, it's 10 days you get. If you're doing, so that you're doing 25 arena fights, every 10 days, you're going to get enough for one. So if we work out how much you would get a day, which is 4 times 25. So you could get, like, if you win every single one, which is pretty easy to do, 100 a day. So you're going to earn 200 a day. So every day you're going to earn 200. Every window you're going to earn 200 medals, and you're going to exchange it. So it's a net loss of 800, right? So if you've got 200,000 medals and you're losing 800 every two, like, it's going to take you 250 days. It's literally going to take you a year to get rid of your backlog. Why is there a cooldown? Just let me press the button 250 times. If I get insanely good gear, well, I'm still going to press it. It's just going to take me a little bit longer. Like, just give it to me. Just let me have the gear. I don't care. Press it 250 times. If I've got like, this gold medal is doing nothing. 22,000 is just sitting there. I have nothing to do with it. Let me press the button. That's all I want. Just boom, 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 boom. It's not hard. If anything, it's free silver. I can just sell all the crap. But like we did get down a bit. Where is it? Oh, it's all in the inventory. So the way that the chest works is you get 10 rewards. 2 of the rewards will be some random 10-piece forge charms at random. And then 8 of the rewards will be rank 5 or 6, epic, legendary, or mythical star gear. Now the only problem is I don't know what the odds are because the game doesn't have any odds. So I can't tell you what the probabilities are, but you can see, like, out of 10, out of 8, I kept 4 because actually I've got some pretty good pieces there. Now I don't have any inventory space because this is me we're talking about. I never have inventory space. Doesn't really matter. Rank rarity 5-star. I guess we can start selling Fury gear. Why did they change Frenzy? Frenzy changes you've basically taken like an A tier piece of Frenzy, which is actually quite good, and made it totally useless. Totally useless. Right? I mean, Frenzy now, if you've got it on any champion, you just take it off. It's just useless. I cannot find a use for Frenzy. What's the best stage to do Iron Twins for, like, a mid-game player to get the best rewards? The highest stage that you can do without dying, Darren. Basically, the highest stage that's 100%. Don't waste energy on it, but if you can do it without failing, then that's the stage you go for. I know it's a bit of a simplistic answer, but that's what I would say. Like, this literally, like, if you think, the only thing I can imagine, I've been trying to think of places where you get debuffed a lot. The only place that I can think of is Hydra, when the head of Decay throws 4 poisons on you. But it's a 5-turn cooldown. So every 5 turns of our Hydra head, you get 20% turn meter. I just put 24% speed on. If you think of speed as 100 units, right? And that means it's 100%. Well, the frenzy set is going to fill 20 units. 2 sets of speed is going to fill 24 units on a base of 100 speed, like because it's 12% base, 12 speed, whatnot. So just 2 speed is better than frenzy because I don't have the condition and I go faster. Like, I just don't see it. The reason why I called it A tier Kessel because it was getting a lot of prominence with healers Kessel in like Ice Golem, like Oella, Elva. It was starting to get more usages as people realized how strong it was for turn meter gain. You used to get like 100% turn meter every half of your HP bar. So that's why I rated it as A in my opinion, because it wasn't super good, but for a lot of unique champions, it was one of the better ones if they healed a lot because you got background to your abilities quicker. It could be the case by a hack. I don't know. All I'm thinking is, to be honest, in Hydra, you don't get that many. Let's have a look. Okay, so he does it on the A1. Fair enough. So maybe it's a bit better on the A1. But basically, we're looking at, like, Head of Blight. It's the only place I can see you would ever want it. And even then, like, just run speed. Just go faster. Just go faster. That way you don't have the condition. It's the same problem of Old Affinity Breaker. Why Old Affinity Breaker was still bad, and it probably still is, but we're going to have a look at that today, is why would you want to take a set that is a 4-piece set that gives you a 7% less chance that you're going to weak hit versus just going and getting another turn? I'd rather just take another turn. Yeah, so to me, Kessel, in this type of team, so like Oella, she was built in Frenzy, right? So it meant every time she lost half of her HP, she got back around to this, which meant she filled turn meter. We healed a lot. So for her, it was really good, right? Because basically, you got back around to your main abilities really quickly. It's the same thing with Elva. Every time Elva took a turn, she placed a continuous heal on the lowest ally. So if she got back around to a turn, you got more healing output. So it started to rise in prominence. I just don't... They basically nerfed a good set right to the ground for no reason. It wasn't OP. So... yeah, I suppose you could do it with Gerptuck, I guess. But even then, like... just take someone that isn't Gerptuck and fill 30% turn meter, right? It's just... and it's... you've got to look at the net gain of it, right? So we went from... every 5% of my HP that I lost... I gained, what was it? 10% turn meter, okay? So at 50% HP loss, so when I lose half my HP, I got 100% turn meter. Even if I take 10 debuffs, I only ever get 50% turn meter. So not only did they make it worse, they halved the amount of quality you got. So... I actually think this change to Retaliation makes Retaliation S tier. I don't think enough people are actually talking about how absolutely strong this is. Why? Because I no longer need to have 4 good pieces of Retaliation. I just need 2. Like, imagine in Arena, Taras. Taras doesn't need Cruel. This is really good for Taras. Someone like Rotus. Really good for Rotus. Because they're more HP based, right? They don't benefit as much. They don't need the Cruel. Anything that, like Magnar, very good. Clan Boss, very good off-piece. And even if Like, one thing wasn't noted is, yeah, sure, 4 out of 6 is a nerf, right? Because you've gone from 35% to 30%, but now you can go to 6 out of 6. If you slot 3 retaliation, you have a 45% chance to retaliate, right? You pair that with a triple revenge, that means when you attack, you've got a 0.55 and a 0.85% that you don't get either roll, which means the probability of you not counterattacking is only 46%. So basically, with a 6 out of 6 retaliation, 3 revenge, you've got over half the odds that whenever you get attacked, you're going to counterattack. You can probably build almost counterattack into your kit. Uko in stun retaliation, yeah, that works. Although Uko might benefit from like stun perception. It's such like this is the type of change that's talked about, and like we were talking about this the last stream. A lot of people were saying, why don't you value instinct? It's because it's a 4-piece. If this was 2-piece, speed 12%, ignore 5% of the enemy's defense, that would be S tier for me. Because now, HP based and defense based damage dealers have a option that is more desirable for ignoring defense with their savage or lethal set. Right now, they kind of have to go the cruel and just waste the attack percentage because the ignore defense is more valuable. If you offered a 2-piece instinct, then those HP and defense-based damage dealers would have a better option. And that would make this set go from, for me, right now, for me personally, it's not what we've got it on the artifact tier list because it's not my decision, it's the team's decision and we balance it based on players and everything. In my opinion, right now, instinct and impulse are F tier, are in the bin. I'm only keeping high rolling pieces, really. Pieces that I know that I might want to keep. Like, I'm pretty sure I've got a triple roll. You know, triple roll. I'm keeping good pieces. I'm not keeping the set. The set is trash. Same as impulse. Why? Because you have to invest so much for a penalty. Because you're losing 5% ignore defense or you're losing 10% chance. You're trading the what you want for what you don't need or what you can get elsewhere. They fixed the stun sets, yes. They have implemented the change where multi-hitting no longer happens. Frenzy was already in each set. Yeah, it's useless. Yeah, retaliation with half attack. The flexibility of being able to just throw in 15% chance to counterattack is so good. It's so good. I think it's being undervalued as a change. It's almost like the frenzy was totally gutted and this was made so much better. Instinct is like a mid-game piece, right? When you haven't had a chance to farm Savage yet, like Fire Knight or Dark Fae, that's when you will go Instinct. But you won't go Instinct any other time. The Optimizer is never going to recommend me an Instinct build. It's always going to go for Savage Lethal because it's got more ignore defense. It's going to be doing more damage. So these are actually quite good in comparison, but it's good in the context of all other arena rewards. I would say this chest here is the best arena reward in the game. It's better than the winning from live arena. It's better than the tag team weekly. Obviously, the golds kind of go into the bars, go into the rewards, which is different. It's better than the platinum chest. It's better than the platinum chest. The only thing it doesn't have in there is the avatars you get from platinum. But outside of that, it's the best reward for doing arena. Apart from area bonuses, you know, and all these different things. But so. Yeah, I haven't finished the optimizer update yet. I will do, though. I will do. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to optimize properly today. Assuming Frozen Banshee goes 3 times. Well, you would. If you don't need to stay alive, James, yeah. If you've got someone that can heal for you, like Leech, then you would. Absolutely. Absolutely. But definitely that retaliation's changed. Now, what I would say, I still don't understand it. I've got to say, like, it's almost like they want to upset players. What is the point of this champion chase? Me and Earbad were cooking the idea of maybe we're going to get a hero's path tomorrow with soul summoning, and soul, and that would be that would be the tournament for the void shards. But why? Why have they decided that a mediocre fusion would then be made even worse by taking away a champion chase during a ×2 void to give us a chase tournament that one person in the bracket is going to win a skin and one person in global is going to win a skin? Like why? That's the most... It actually made logical sense to me when it was like, oh, well, they're probably going to do a hero soul or something because they don't want to put it in the fusion because that would upset players. So they've done a double summon rush because they feel like they've got to have 2 summon events. This just makes no sense to me. Oh, 5 in global. I apologize. 5 in global. 5. Like, what is the point? What is the absolute point of that? That is what makes play... This thing here is why players will quit the game, because it feels like we don't care about you. Like, how can I, as a content creator, justify that decision? I can't. I literally have no answer to... I can't even tell you it's worth going for, because it's a skin that you probably won't win. Like, there's nothing I can come up with that goes, oh yeah, that makes sense. Like, I can't. I just... It's just a disappointment, basically. Disappointment. It's the only word. This was pretty good, though. If you haven't done the spider tournament, this was pretty good. 5-star chicken for 1,800 points. Speed glyph. I did this. This was really good. Don't really care about the rewards. I'm not going to do any more investment. So, Saf, can you explain how poison explosion works in particular? I have an issue with making LNRL kill the wave when Zarya does it every time and I can't figure out why. Zarya gets bonus damage. Right? Let's bring up the website. It's easier to show on the website. Ba-ba-bam. So Zarya. What does Zarya get? So Zarya, which we're on Elenara here. So Elenara will deal damage from all poison debuffs on the enemy instantly. Okay. Whereas Zarya doesn't do it that way. She actually attacks at the same time. So what you're getting with Zarya is you're getting a bit more damage because you're getting the on-hit damage as well as book damage. So you're getting 20% more damage. Now, the way the poison explosion works is you take the quantity of poisons in terms of strength and duration. We take those and you then put it into a damage calculation that converts all of that calculation into maximum HP damage, right? So if I've got like 20%, as in I've got 2 5% poisons on a 2-turn duration, I do 20% of the target's maximum HP. So theoretically, as long as you've got 10 poisons out there with 2-turn duration, you should one-shot the enemy on Elenarl. You can use less with Zarya because you can get extra bonus multipliers from this book. Now that's different to someone who activates, because an activator just triggers the poison to apply. It doesn't go through any maximum HP values or anything like that. It's not an actual damaging attack. It simply goes, there's a poison debuff, make it take a turn and deal 5% damage to the boss. That's why activators can bypass the 10% maximum HP cap. Poison exploders can't, because essentially they convert the poisons into maximum HP damage, and the boss goes, you're trying to attack me with a max HP attack, I'm going to cap that at 10%. So you only really need 2 poisons to max it out, right? Unless they've got like a poison passive. So I got 10 essence, I think. No, 25 tier 1 essence COS for mine. Hey, Andrew. How's it going? Yeah, Elenarl is better because she doesn't do it whilst attacking. She activates and just does it, so it's fine. Whereas Zarya can attack. Also, Elenarl has a HP burn on the A1 that can't be resisted, which is quite handy. So, how does Poison Explosion work with Lethal Dose? Just multiply the damage by 1.5. The problem is Biohack, unless you've placed... So, you'll one-shot an enemy in Arena if you put through all of the different Poison Exploders, right? The only thing I would say is you're not doing true damage. So you will... Like, poisons do true damage. You can't reduce the damage of poison, you can reduce the damage of maximum HP nuke. So it will take the damage, multiply it by 1.5, then pass it through the damage reduction formula, whereas poisons just get activated. So someone like Theodore, if you've got... So an Arena team with double Theodore 10 poisons out will one-shot an enemy after 2 hits. Whereas the Zarya won't, because the damage reduction will reduce it. I used... this team. Oh, what's this? Lowest turns 5. Oh, God. You know what that means. Stupid turn-based tournaments that nobody wanted. That's what I used. Tarshan for the weaken. Ghost Bomb for the decreased defense, and then triple nuke. To be honest, though, it wasn't 100% because Tarshan liked 3%ing a lot. So... yeah, I can show you the Fortis build. Just wanted to highlight, by the way, guys, the website has had some love today. I haven't done an announcement yet, but I will do. We have started rolling out brand new dungeon boss guides. We've got new champion guide objectives, and we've also updated the artifact tier list in line with the new artifact changes. And there's going to be stuff rolling out. So, for example, now, if you go onto a champion page, right, we're on the champion guide here, we have new arena roles. Okay? We made this change because we felt that arena attack and arena defense were no longer relevant in the current arena meta. That you weren't building champions to go fast, or you weren't building champions to go... Like, you wanted roles more than... you wanted champions that did what they did in the team rather than going, they're good for arena attack. It was too basic. So what we've come up with is a method where we basically will give a champion the roles that they perform in a team, and then we rate them on the quality of their ability to do that. So someone like an Elenarl here, we've got damage, right? And the damage is rated at 3 out of 5. You can see I've got a breakdown here of all of them. The revive image is lost for a minute. I need to figure out why that is the case. Must be something going on in the back end. So, those ads, though. What is that? Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on there. Obviously, whoever Temu is a clothing brand, I guess. So, it looks like something it shouldn't be, but it's not. It's a clothing brand. YST was telling me about that the other day when he was on stream. It's just the ads that... We don't control, like, what ads get surfaced, right? That's whoever... It goes to our ads vendor, so... It's not. It's on incognito. See, guys, like, incognito at the top. So yeah, so we've got all the different roles here. So we got damage absorption, damage, healer, debuffer, skill manipulator, reviver. And yeah, so you can basically see it. We've also got live arena roles. Live arena data. So if you want to see how this champion performs in different arena tiers, you can do. So for example, you can see that Zarya in Bronze 1 Live Arena was picked 1.92%, with a ban rate of 18%, with a win rate of 49%. And you can pick any stage you want. Obviously, Gold 2, there's not any data at the moment, but Gold 1, no data for this champion. 0.03%, and she lost. Silver 3 here, 0.31% pick rate, 9.38%, 38.13. Bronze 3. So you can see them for all champions, basically. Like, if I want to see what Arbiter's pick rate is. It's not. Yeah, they're cycling shorts, basically, right? They're cycling shorts, I guess, and sports equipment. It just does look a bit dodgy from a distance, doesn't it? You're not wrong. So Arbiter here, for example, in Bronze 1, we've got 24%. And you can see it's really cool. You can actually basically see the win rate, the pick rates. We're going to have lots more of this stuff coming to the website. Lots of data-driven information that helps you. You can see that once you get into gold, Arbiter drops off a bit. But she's still getting picked a fair amount. Banned a fair amount. Pick rate, you can see she's very popular in silver. Very popular, which you'd expect. And again, we've got Speed Manipulator, Reviver, Healer, 5 out of 5 for those roles. Yeah, this is on the champion guide. I don't see why not. It's just data. Oh, it's so warm. It's really uncomfortable. Yeah, I probably should have put a statistic in there to basically say we collect this data from the optimizer. I should do that. That's a good point, Kessel. I forgot to do that when I was building all these things out. But it's basically, as you're playing the game with the extractor open, if you complete a live arena battle, the record of your battle gets recorded in the database in an anonymized setting. So I can't trace any of this data back to, like, this data isn't saying, you know, I've got 51% win rate. At some point, we will probably give you, like, the ability for you to see your data, which is something we want to do, right? We want to show you our statistics in terms of dungeon running, in terms of various different things. It's just cycling shorts. Oh, look, I'll take it off the ads. Hang on. You guys, honestly. It's just clothing for sports gear. Good Lord above. There you go. No more ads. So yeah, so you can see like the different pick rates and stuff. People apparently can't understand that adverts are cycling shorts. It does look a bit dodgy, to be fair, though. Yeah, I know, right? I know, it's funny. So yeah, so when you've got the optimizer open and you're running the game, your battle result essentially is recorded as, you know, we're basically collecting things like the champion that was used, who was banned, who was leader, what did you win or did you lose, so we can give you some really cool information. So that is on every single champion guide now. So if you want to see how absolutely dominant Taras is, you can have a look at there, and you can see in, not used in bronze much because he's a void legendary, right? But the moment you go into gold, 41%, 22.29%, and he wins 57% of his arena battles in gold 1. 60% win rate in gold, silver 4. You can see it, once he starts dropping down, his pick rate drops, but his win rate stays high. Tell you what is surprising, right? This really shocked me. A couple of months ago, we basically said Baron was one of the best champions in the game, right? Look at the difference now. This is Baron we're talking about. %2 pick rate. Baron basically has no presence in live arena. He gets some further down, but Baron is basically not used anywhere. Comparatively. But it's really cool. You can basically pull it from any champion. Yeah, so Taras is about 50% presence. Rotus, not really that massive in bronze, but when you start getting to silver, silver 3, silver 4, we're at 34%, gold 1, 32%. But actually, his win rate is below 50% in those tiers. It starts falling off. But it's really cool information to show, right? So that is on every champion guide. That is only the beginning of the stuff that you're going to be getting from us soon. It's really cool. Chad, it is all separate. So you get a chance to roll the retaliation set, you get a chance to roll the counterattack accessories, and you get a chance to roll the mastery. They're all separate rolls. If one of them activates, it disables the others. But you can look at them as combined probabilities where you'd multiply the different odds of not happening. That'll tell you what the overall odd of one of them not happening. What Ultimate Death Knight? But I even think like the arena rolls rating is so good, right? Because it's going to hopefully now tell you how to use the champion in arena. Why are we giving them a 5-star rating? When it was just arena defense, was it arena defense because they could kill people? Was it arena defense because they could tank? Was it arena defense because it won the fights? It didn't tell you why they were rated. Now we're actually going, okay, it's a 5-star because he's a 5-star damage absorption and a crowd control champion. Now, obviously, some of these roles are not going to be 5-star. As a fear, it's not a 5-star, but his role of doing these jobs, he's 5 out of 5. And as I said, you can go through all of these. Oh, it's showing up there. Some of the pages must be cached still, the old one. There's probably some roles we haven't covered, but we didn't want to make it too complicated. So, Ultimate Death Knight pick rate in bronze is quite high, 22%. Silver, it's dropped a little bit, 26, 16, 15%. 16%, and then gold 1, 24%. So Ultimate Death Knight has more presence than Baron. Win rate 49%. The thing about gold that you probably will notice eventually is it's very hard for a champion to have more than 50% win pick rate in gold because of rules, right? So I might pick Taras, the enemy might pick Marichka. So we're only recording like your stuff. We're not recording the enemy, we're recording your stuff because maybe the enemy's running the optimizer, who knows? Maybe there's the optimizers conquering the world. But it basically means that every battle, there's only ever going to be potentially one Taras. So it's not like it's always going to be in every single fight. What about Leo? We'll do one more and then we'll move on. But I just wanted to show these website updates because they're really big. Leo, we've got him as a 5-star damage dealer and a 5-star crowd control. Little bit of presence in bronze. More presence in silver. He climbs 11%. 10%, quite low. You'll find probably the high pick rates are Siphi, Rotus, Taras, Marichka, Duchess, Yumiko, Warlord. So is Duchess little to arena defense or god or goddess? Oh, I don't know. Keep in mind, guys, this data is big. Like, we're not talking we've got like 1,000 results here. This data is at the moment based on over 300,000 battles of data. This is pretty good statistics. We've got lots of data. Did you guys throw generating a graph of per usage per level instead of having a drop down? Yeah, potentially. Honestly, right now, I wanted to put the arena rolls in and I figured this would be quite a good handy. Is that all data? I need to check, actually. I think it's the last 30 days. Cool. I'm pretty sure everything is in the last 30 days. Is there a filter on the optimizer for arena? I don't know what you mean by filter. We're currently drinking strawberry and lime Copperberg. I don't know why it's limited edition. It's pretty average. So we've got things coming for arena, which is going to be very good. They're not ready yet. This is basically a sample of the wonders that are coming from Hellhades.com. It's a good time if you want to start recording your data because, again, all of this information is player-driven. So if you want more accurate stats, you need to play with the game with the optimizer open. You don't need to, but if you want to, and you want, eventually we're going to have a section on the optimizer that's going to be all of your stats. So you can look at your performances, you can look at your drop rate averages, you can look at your clan boss chests. That requires your extractor to be open. So As in, on the champ tab, you can filter by CB, is there one? That's going to be added now, Kush. The reason why I took it away is because we wanted to add in these new arena roles. So I need to figure out how to sort it based on the roles, you know? We're probably going to have like a, instead of it being sort by arena attack, it'll be like find all of the champions that are damage dealers, right? And then sort by damage dealer or something of that nature. I have to have a look at it, Kush. I haven't looked at it yet. At the moment, the main priority for the optimize will be trying to get the new sets up to dated. So this is one change we've done. Okay, only one change, which is already pretty big. But we've also got a new artifact tier list, which is much quicker, much more reliable, and we've got some new visuals for it. This is updated as of the latest patch, so all of these ratings have been redone. There may be some minor changes over the next 24 hours as we look and adjust them and test some of the new set balances. Like, I'm pretty sure curing could go up to A potentially. We'll have to see. But this is updated as well. And now it's faster, it's quicker, it's more efficient. There's even a little quick link if you want to get down to the B tier so you can start comparing different sets. We've updated all the descriptions. So these have all been rewritten. Good job, Never. One of the team members writing all these up. We've got little icons so now that you can see the sets with it as well. I know it was in the skill, but it's nice to see a big picture along it with it as well. And this view here is just very helpful, I think, just to see quickly whether something is S tier, A tier, whatnot. Once you see it, you can basically go down to the bottom here and see why we've rated it S tier. Yeah, it's something I'll add, Kessel, don't worry. When I did the damage ratings, I added a page where I basically explained how we calculated it. So we'll do something similar like that. So yeah, I know I haven't updated the optimizer yet with all the new sets. I've been busy trying to make the website work. I don't know if I can make it. Yeah, you can see Frenzy now has gone all the way down into the bin. It's just done. It's done. So yeah, very useful, quick view, new pace, better to see, easier to navigate. Pretty happy with the artifact tier list as well. It looks so much better. I didn't pull for 1+1. I didn't have any sacreds. The other thing we've done is we are releasing our first few dungeon boss guides. This is a new dungeon boss guide. We're going to have them for all of the dungeons in the game. Why is S better than A? It's because it's S tier. In any tier list, normally you have things like S tier is the supreme, A tier, B tier, C tier. I don't know why. I didn't make up the rules. That's the way the world works. But that's how it's always been to my knowledge. So yeah, I've been working to develop this with the team. We've basically rebuilt all of the dungeons. We're going to be rebuilding all the dungeons. Right now, we've got the Dragon, the Dark Fae, and the Minotaur boss guide is out. We will be adding a boss guides over the next 48 to 72 hours. Spider, Ice Golem, Fire Knight. These are completely rewritten from the ground up. They are completely... I can't tell you how good they are. When you come into these boss guides now, you basically have the ability to pick any dungeon stage and you will instantly be given the boss stats. For every single stage you want, it will give you the affinity, the boss stats, the accuracy you need, the different things like that. But what's more important is you can now see every detail about the skill, the passives, everything that you don't know about in the game. So, for example, the Dragon Boss has a passive that reduces the damage you take from poisons by 60%. It's not anywhere in the game. You wouldn't know about that at all, but we include it here. We've got all the different things. You can even pull up and see the multiplier of all the attacks, so you know what damage you're going to be taking. You can see what debuffs they're going to be putting on you. We've got those icons put up here. You can see how it's interacting. You can see the multiplier of its passive, how the passive works. Got the awakened weakness in here. If you see this little icon where it says missing feature, that just means that the skill doesn't have an icon. It just doesn't exist. You know, for example, Smite is reduced by 70% on all these bosses. The Hydra pages will get them. Yes, we're going to have potion keep guides. We're going to have all the Doom Tower boss guides that are going to be rewritten. Then we've got strategy. Now, the strategy will be dependent on the stage you pick. So if you pick a difficult strategy, you get a strategy that faces for specifically the strategy you want. So you don't now need to go to a page and go, well, this is great. It tells me how to do stage 20, but now I need to go to 25. Well, you can just come back here and you can go, well, I don't need hard. I want to beat normal. Okay, how do I beat... Oh, we've got a strategy just for stage 25 normal. Some elements will be replicated. It's going to be similar a little bit. But you can see we're basically saying by this point you'll have hoped to pull a Seer, but it's not guaranteed. Not having a Seer will unfortunately add time to runs, but it's not as bad as it used to be. With Blessings, Faction Guardians, there are far more stats available to assist you on. It's specific to where you're trying to go. It's really great. You see, it's a long strategy there. We talk about turn meter. We talk about can the Hellraiser be defeated normally. Don't really know why that's a bit funky there with the font sizing. It's a bit weird. We'll have to have a look at that. Dealing with Hellraiser. Cool. Then it gets crazier, right? We are now pulling for you here the most popular, the most used champions and the highest rated champions on the website. The highest rated will probably get some reworking done a little bit because now that we've put it in, I've kind of realized that probably 5 is a bit short of a list. You can see it's kind of going, give you all of the champions that are rated 5 out of 5 for this boss and then sort alphabetically. It's not really ideal. But the most popular and the most used looks at the way that the optimizer is tracking data, and it basically gives you most popular is the most the champions that appear in the most amount of teams are these champions for this boss. For this particular stage, I would add. This will change if you pick hard mode or if you pick an earlier dungeon. It will be appropriate to the stage in which you are running. And then most used is the champions that appear in the most amount of battles. So most popular is teams, most used is battles. So you can see that even though Theodore and Calvalax and Tomb Lord and Bad El are used in the most amount of battles, they don't appear in the most amount of team diversity. Yeah, successful runs. Successful runs, yeah. And then we even have teams. Now, I was speaking to Scratch about this, and we probably will need to do something about dealing with some of the more, like, you can see, there's a dominance here. We probably need to do something about adding, like, either more than 3 options or maybe doing, like, top 5 or the best of the top 5, the best of the top 10 or something. But this will basically tell you the teams that are being running the most, but also, again, what are the most popular teams and their win rates. So obviously you can see here. Solo is always the most popular in Dragon at stage 25. The fastest, we know, is Triple Theodore, Double Gablax. Kind of stupid, but hey. All of this information is pulling from the optimizer. It's only giving you a sample of data. If you want to find it yourself, create an account, join the optimizer crew, go over there, you can upload your data, and you can see your own teams. So we kind of need to, like, probably add a little bit more quality here, just because maybe it's not enough data, but it's going to be more informative than ever before. Hopefully people will understand from this, like, what champions are good, what teams they can work towards. We might just need to improve this a bit further to add a little bit more context. Will it have minimum recommended stats? We are going to be writing an article that gives you exactly what you need to build a solo champion. The team is going to be working at it. You can see here, we've got it in the strategy. Check out our guide on how to build a solo champion. It's being written by the team right now. The optimizer is never going to tell you the minimum, because that's not how the optimizer works. The optimizer is meant to find you the best of something, not the worst of something. So yeah. New dungeon boss guys. As I said, there's one for the Minotaur. Okay, not a very high value dungeon, but hey, some people might struggle with it. I just need to update the last thing that was updated today. But again, you can see all the Minotaur skills. You can have a look at his multipliers. There's a strategy for it. We don't collect any Minotaur data, so obviously there's no optimizer or highest rated champions. We don't rate champions in Minotaur, but it gives you a rough idea of how to beat the Minotaur, especially good if you're early game and you're trying to get to that stage 15. It gives you the stats again, so you can see exactly what you're facing. Obviously this information is in the stages tool, but we wanted it in the boss guide. We've also got one for the Dark Fae. Does double Theodore... yeah, I think it does, Dimitra. Because poison activation counts as... poison activation counts as a attack against the shield. Asaph, my Rotus was on 50% destroyed HP with the Head of Decay. Is that because here's A2 extra HP? You can't... The Head of Decay cannot destroy more than 25% of your max HP. That sounds like something else is happening. We've also got Dark Fae. So again, every single time you go to these boss guides, the skills will be unique. You can see it's got the Almighty Tolerance. So you can see she actually takes... So Dark Fae reduces poison damage by 90%. 90%. Almighty Strength here, so we can see that it can't exceed it. Turn meter controls. Brimstone passives. So you can see things that should be in the game that is not in the game. This information to me is the biggest bugbear that I have. If you're going in to fight the Dark Fae, you might think poison is the way to go. You're never killing the boss with poison. You would not know this unless this guide existed, because, or unless someone data mined the game and told you, right? I'm not trying to say that the website is the only important thing in the world, because it's not in the game. There's no description in the game that tells you that this is happening. So important. So... But you can see again, look, all of the multipliers are in here for you. You can see what they do. True Fear, Leech. We've got a strategy written. How to defeat the phases. Again, we're looking at highest rated, most popular champions, most used. You can look at the different teams. When you get away from Dragon, you'll get a bit of diversity, right? So if you want to see what the best teams are for for Dark Fae stage 20, you can come in here and you can go, well, the most popular champions used are these. The most used champions are these. I can see the fastest team that's done it with a success rate. I can see the most popular teams. There's more diversity because obviously it's just different champions. But again, so that is dungeon guides. We are going to be rolling out a dungeon guide for every boss in the game. It's all going to be coming, including the potion keeps, which might be a little secret inside the potion keeps for you. We'll see what happens. So there you go, guys. I just wanted to cover a bit of a website update before we carried on with the stream. We're really excited about the things that we can start bringing. I've been working on some of these for literally months. We've written loads of things. So hopefully you guys find a lot of this information beneficial. And yeah, I mean, the idea is hopefully the information that you run through the optimizer will inform your decisions going forward, because we're basically crowdsourcing lots of information and lots of guidance, and we're building a community from that way. So there you go. New arena roles, new live arena data, new dungeon boss guides, new artifact tier list. Not bad for a Thursday release day, right? Player might not be able to patch much in the game, but at least we did. At least we did. Has he researched how to clone me? I don't know. But it is... obviously, I do a lot of the development side of things in terms of the coding, but a lot of it is done with the team as well. You know, the artifact tier list, never spent the better part of 2 days double-checking all the artifacts, rewriting all the explanations, bringing it all up to like date, redoing all of them, adding them in Righteous, so worked pretty hard on that. Lockers has been working on getting some updated content and articles. You will start seeing more articles around like how to build a solo champion. We'll be doing some articles on the website around, you know, hey, you're doing Dark Fae, this is the best champion to kill those clones, or different ways that you can build champions. Like, we want to try and support the new boss guides with lots of content that's going to help you progress in the game. So that is the plan. And obviously the ratings and stats you're seeing in the arena, in the champion boss guide, is only the beginning for the champion guides. The champion guides are getting a very big facelift over the next sort of 3 months or so, where we're going to be embedding lots more information and making them a little bit more, I would say, polished, up to date, and more 2023 rather than what they were, right? I mean, the game has grown tremendously since we first put the website out, so now we're just trying to bring it up. So yeah, a lot of them do, Dimitra. It's my biggest bugbear, because literally you can go into any boss. Like, take this for example. This would be interesting to see if the team still works, by the way, because obviously Owella no longer works. That's on my list, cool. That is on my list, because I'm actually going to rebuild it completely. I actually have a very cool idea for some indexes that we're going to be doing as well. The tier list is probably going to get rewritten as well. So right now the tier list doesn't have the hard mode dungeons. The tier list is going to get hard mode dungeon stats, arena roll. So there's also a bug with the tier list where the ice golem doesn't sort properly. So we're going to fix that. So yeah, loads of things are going. It's lots of things in the pipeline. So it's just nice to be able to see some of them come out, and hopefully it benefits players. Well, we're okay so far. But this is one of the areas where Frenzy loses its value now, because she would have been taking a lot more turns, but she's not, because she doesn't get anything. Look at the time difference. This normally runs like 1 minute 1 minute 10, 1 minute 20. It's already cost me 10 seconds because I don't have Frenzy. Well, it still works. We haven't broken it yet, but we're going to have to. No, Dimitra. Well, if decreased attack is up, yeah, probably. But if decreased attack is down, no. Yeah, it does now, Shaq. They've turned on the feature in the code that basically counts turn count. So that basically means the next few days we're going to get a turn meter based dungeon. I don't know if I like it. We'll see what the stats look like. Yeah, absolutely do the spider. You don't need to do 25, Danda. If you just want to do the tournament as efficiently as possible, 20 is perfectly fine, or even 16. Hey, KNX. Yeah, doing good. I'm tired, though. I don't know if I'm going to last, like, the full stream that I normally do. We probably might only make it to, like, 11. I've got a busy day tomorrow because I'm doing a lot of housework, so my 1 bronze medal. So I don't know. We'll see how we go. But one thing I need to do, and this is a public warning for everyone in stream. There's 349 of you right now. Public warning. If you have a 6-star champion, like my 6-star Seeker, your speed tunes are likely to be broken. I have to rebuild my clan boss team. Or at least one of my champions. Because he's too fast. They broke my team. I don't even want 3 speed. I have no need for it. Yet they've done it. Like... One thing I would say, Shaq, and this is something I've noticed, typically, the game records your actions only, right? When we were doing Doom Tower, this only ever used to record your actions. Right? If I go into, where is it, rankings, right? Rankings in here, right? This only ever used to record your actions, these turns. That's not the case anymore. Okay? That's not... What I've noticed this in the notes. Look what it says here. This, look. We've added a new type of tournament for gear dungeons and the Sand Devil. Great. Sand Devil is giving us more than just oil. We've remembered we added Sand Devil and Iron Twins, and it can be added to things. Congratulations. It's only taken you like 5 updates. Anyway, The rules are simple. Clear stages of certain dungeons in as few turns as possible. The higher the stage and the fewer the turns you take to complete it, the more points you get, right? So we know what's going to be. It's going to be if you don't do the highest stage with the lowest amount of turns, you're not going to get the highest amount of rewards. However, there might be a breakpoint a bit like artifacts, although it's probably going to be more like clan versus clan in the sense that you complete stage 10 hard spider because it gives you more points. It's not based on the artifact odds. It's going to be based on a fixed amount. So it's probably going to be run the highest stage as quickly as possible with the least amount of turns. The minimum possible number of turns is different in each dungeon. 1 turn in Spider and Sand Devil, 3 turns in Dragon's Lair and Spider. Fine, that's an irrelevant point. The maximum possible turns in a battle is 1500. We know this. Why is it playing that stupid thing? Note that all turns count. Both your champions and the enemy's turns. That's different. Either that's a mistake or they've changed the principle of turn count. Because on Doom Tower, there used to be a system where people would basically complete it in no turns. If you remember, there were some flaws in no turns. It's probably still the same case, right? If I go into Doom Tower right now, and I go to, say, stage 1, normal. And I go to the best teams, global rankings, you're probably going to get like 0 turns. Why is it 0 turns? Because they're counterattacking. So it's not counted as a turn. But in order for them to counterattack, the enemy needs to take a turn. So in this turn count, enemy turns are not counted. However, what they're saying for the dungeon tournaments, if we look at the news, they're actually saying it will be counted. So either that's a mistake, and they've, like, when they did the announcement to say we're releasing new champion, or releasing the fusion and some other champions, and no other champions appeared, or they're changing the context of what turn count is. Which is a pain, because obviously what we want to do in the optimizer, when I saw this coming out, was we're probably going to want to give you the ability to suggest teams on the least amount of turns for these tournaments. So we were looking at this. So this might change the context of that. It could be they've changed the context of turn count because they saw what was happening in Doom Tower. Yeah, you're correct, Tyke. That's very likely what happened. But that's important to note, because it actually means you don't want enemies taking turns when you're doing these tournaments, because it's going to slow you down. So, got all these rebalances in here. They have fixed the bug with the multi-attack on the artifact sets. I will do a video about it, the change, and whether or not it's important tomorrow. The video might come out Saturday, because I'm busy, basically. I'm busy, so I don't know if I have time to record tomorrow. I've had a busy day. Shorten the animation of Rector Go... Oh my god, look at that, guys. Best patch ever. Shorten the animation of Rector Drath's Master Goals. What does that look like? What does that look like? Hang on now. Let's have a look. Where's my Rector Drath? Does she even have gear? That is almost my first question now whenever I play this game. Where's the champion? Does it have gear? Because it's probably not got any. Oh, it has some. You're super slow. Let's just bring in some Dutchy Dutch. Let's just do that to that, and then let's do that to that. It's fine. Oh, they've got rid of the animation, guys. Best patch. That's it. That's tomorrow. That's the video. That is the next video that I'm going to do. Rector Drath has now just saved us literally aeons of our life. That is literally aeons of our life saved. Because we don't have to watch Rector Drath go whoop, whoop, whoop. Amazing. Doesn't matter about everything else. Just best patch ever. I wonder, actually, does that even make Rector Drath, like, viable? as crazy as it sounds, because people don't like animations because it goes slow. Right? I picked Scar-Torsis for my Sand Devil team because its animation is quick. I picked Taurus for my Spider team because it's quick. I don't want to waste 2 seconds watching the champion run across the screen and run away back. This change is amazing. Look at this. Rectodrath is actually just a bot now. Look how good that is. Look at it. It's amazing. That's actually, like, it's actually quite insane. Like, to the point where I'm thinking I should just do a video tomorrow with, hey, Rectodrath has been fixed. 2-minute video. It's the best change in the game ever in the last 6 months. Doesn't matter about tavern changes or anything. It's just brilliant. Well, the problem is Shamel's got to attack someone, Andrew. That's a problem. She doesn't have to attack, right? There you go. Huge change. It's very hard to do it for champions that actually attack. That's all I would say, because you have to show the animation of them attacking, whereas champions that just do stuff on support, probably much easier to do. So, but yeah, the key thing to know about these turn beats is going to be based off the enemy's turn. So you don't want to run teams that the enemy takes a lot of turns either. I don't think it's... I think I probably jumped to a conclusion a little bit that if you don't have a Crizia, you can't do these tournaments. I think that's probably a little bit of an over-exaggeration, probably an emotional response to the change. I do think for Sand Devil... Actually, I'm curious to see this now. One of the builds we're going to be doing today is Sand Devil rebuild. After we've done the Oella rebuild. I'm really curious to see how many turns this is, because I think this is the only non-Acrizia way to do this dungeon. I think this is the only way. I want to see how many turns this is. I can't save any keys because I have to relog in and keep results. Oh, is it bugged, Pocket? Check the Raid official Discord. They normally have the bugs there. Well, Ninja can be replaced, Pocket. Ninja could be Chronum, Pocket, right? I mean, I did see a lot of feedback, and I can kind of see where people are coming from. It's like, oh, look, another Sand Devil team with Ninja. I get it, but it's so hard to find a replacement. He's so good. But what I'm curious to see is how many turns this actually is. Because what I would say is, like, you've got the same problem with, okay, well, if you don't have a Crizia, then, you know, a Crizia brute forces this. You can do it with, like Septimus. But you ruined a 6-star speed boot. I hope that wasn't speed primary, Greta. No, they're not hating on Ninja Roar. What they're basically saying is, if I haven't got Ninja, the guide is not very good for me. Which is a fair, absolute fair argument. If you haven't got Ninja, well, there's no point me telling you about how to do it with Ninja, because, like, there are alternatives, but they're all quite weak. The only one I would say is, like, probably closer is either Chronum, maybe Sissia, and probably Supreme Gaelic. But even then, like, you're trading 3 activations for 1 activation. It's very hard. So you don't need to be 300 speed blaze. I was talking with Biohack, I think it was, and he had put together a team where you can actually run the Acrizia a lot lower. The only thing is you probably need Miracle Heal at a higher Awakening. You probably need like a 5-star or a 3-star Miracle Heal. So there are ways to make it different, but ultimately, Ninja's just too strong. This is what this comes down to, is Ninja just does something that nobody else in the game can do and you can't get a hold of him, and I can't do anything about that. Septimus team is completely different team, Socrates, right? The problem with the Septimus team is you have to run your Duchess at like 189 speed, and it's not desirable. My Aneri here is running at 272 speed. But I think you can run it as, like, I think Biohack had it running really low, like almost like 200 speed. And you can, if you run it that slow, you can run fully booked in area as well. I don't know if Biohack is still in the channel. We were talking about it. He's done a lot of work on it. 100 turns. It's a lot of turns. Why can't this be a Septimus or Cold Heart? Because the boss needs debuffs. The boss has a passive which reduces the incoming damage by basically 100% without any debuffs. So you'd have to run almost like a Duchess, Riho, then you run your max HP, and then you need to keep him alive. That's the challenge. You'd have to swap away from this and move away to like a Revive on Death meta. Like a Mother Cybele, so that everyone dies, they come back alive, they do their animations. But the problem you'll have then is skill rotations. It becomes a lot more complicated. Well, I'm actually going to test Dimitra today, the new updated Affinity Breaker. I wanted to run it on his current build. We're going to use this. Maybe we do this straight away, right? We'll do the Affinity Breaker. Doesn't need toxic. I think I'm pretty confident the Affinity Breaker might be quite good here. What set would I recommend for Artak now? Stun set still good. Regen set is still okay, but I don't he does struggle with healing, so regen set is quite a good option. Defiant sets. Triple Defiant is very strong for a lot of content. Like when you pair it the fact he's going to get 50% more defense on his passive, he becomes very strong. Reflex is a pretty good option if you're not using his A3. Relentless is a pretty good option. There's so many ways you can build Artak. It's a very flexible champion. Hopefully the optimizer still works when I upload. Yeah, you could run him in a curse set. Don't underestimate the value of Hex. Hex does a lot of damage. Like, I will probably be looking to place Cursed on one of my champions with my Michinaki team to help him sustain the Hex debuff. Is Marichka good for Sand Devil? Yeah, it's one of her best places. Marichka's really strong for Sand Devil. So we're going to break Ninja to test this. And we'll rebuild him afterwards. So we actually just want him to die. So in eventuality, all we really need to do is this, right? Just going to take a screenshot of my Ninja build so that I can put it back together. The good thing is we are currently in free rebuilding window. So I can swap gear around as much as I want. And one thing I didn't mention at the start of this stream, Premium has been unlocked for every user on the optimizer for the duration of the free regearing window. It might even last an extra day. We're not very strict like Raid. So if you want to do regearing, you can use the full power of the optimizer to assist you. We don't do it because we want you to subscribe. We do it because we know players are going to use this window to upgrade. So we want to help as much as we can to help the community. We don't expect you to stay subscribed if you want to because you found it useful. When that's great, you're supporting the team, blah, blah. We're not doing it as a PR thing or as a perk. It's just whenever this comes around, we recognize that a lot of players will want to rebuild. So we think it's a good idea that we give you access to tools that can help you do it. And if you were curious about what the premium offering is going to give you, well, you get the advantage to test it out in a rather forgiving manner, right? If you build it in the optimizer, you mess up because you're learning the optimizer, then it doesn't cost you anything because you haven't wasted silver swapping gear. What I would recommend you to do, if you are new to the optimizer, you create an account because you want to test this out and you don't know what you're doing. On the homepage, there are some very handy video tutorials. Go watch the video tutorials before you start optimizing so you get a grasp of how it works. Some of them are a bit out of date. we've been adding lots of features over the last 12 months. I will be working with Hellhades to give some proper guidance and tutorials, and that's one of the things we want to do, is basically get all of the optimizer guides up to date so you know a bit easier what to do. But go watch those videos because they're very handy to give you the basic understanding of what the optimizer is, what it's for, how you use it. And then if you get stuck, of course, you can come join the official Raid Discord, the official Hellhades Discord, where there is channels dedicated for optimizer help, where myself, Winston Wolf, who is one of the developers of the team, and Crouching Grandpa, it's Reggie, helps a lot out as well. Members of the community help out all the time there to give people advice on how to use it as well. Yeah, exactly. Today's video from Hellhades, whenever he does these free unlocks, he kind of gives people a bit of an update on how to do it. So today's video from Hellhades is a very good video as well. No, Shaq, it will be added after when I finish streaming tonight. I'm probably going to go and code it in, so it'll probably get pushed out tomorrow morning. They changed more than... Basically, they didn't just add more stats. They recoded the way that Blessings basically put the stats together, so I'm going to have to go and put it in. You should still be able to use the optimizer now. Just factor in that you're going to get more stats from it, right? Just basically, like, for example, my Seer right now is probably getting 7 speed in the optimizer, but actually gets 10 in the game. So just whenever you're optimizing, go 3 speed lower, it will give you 3 speed in the game. It's just, I will get it updated probably tonight. It was just a little bit more work than I had anticipated based on the way that they've updated the game. So I've saved my build because I don't really need a special build. All we need Ninja to do is place debuffs. So what we're going to do is we're going to test the new Affinity Breaker. We want to see if Affinity Breaker is good. Okay. We need 220 speed. Do I even have enough Affinity Breaker? That's the question. Oh, look. Never in doubt. Speed. Triple roll. There we go. Look at this. Free. Oh, I don't have any space. So close. So close to glory. I've run out of space. Ooh. Is that any good? No, it's trash. Sell it. Sell it. Oh, we need to do, oh, for God's sake, we need to do a lot of gear muling. Do you know what? We're going to do it. I've had enough of this. I've had enough of this experience. 5-star. I don't care anymore. I just don't care. 5-star gear. Sell. I just do not care about this 5-star gear. Oh, that's really good, though. That one's trash. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. What's this? It's trash. It's pretty good, actually. It's pretty good. That's pretty good. It's pretty good. For God's sake. That's pretty... Oh, it's so hard to sell gear. I can't. Look how good this gear is. It's like all triple roll. All of this gear is triple roll. That one's kind of lame. Actually, that one's pretty bad. Like, it's triple roll. That one's trash. That one's trash. What I'm actually going to do probably next week is I'm going to rip out... I'm going to basically do the remainder of the... Actually, I need to check that. Have I done enough champion training today? When's the champion training end? I got a day. Okay, that's fine. I'm going to finish the champion training, right? I'm going to get this silly chest. I'm going to get the book. I'm going to get this silly chest. Get the last fragment. And I'm going to then rip all of my epic champions that I've been muling gear on, and I'm going to sell every single 5-star gear when the free regearing is on. That's what I'm going to do. I don't know if I have time tomorrow to do it, but that's really what I need to do, is basically go through and literally take every single piece of 5-star gear off when it's free and sell it. Because I've got so... Like, I'd imagine if I looked in if I look in my account here and I go filter it to 5-star gear, let's go partial gear. Like, probably if I go on these champions, the gear that they've got. 12 speed. Like, if I look on equipped gear and I go rank 4-star, I've got 4-star gear equipped. No. This is a good opportunity. Actually, what I would recommend for a lot of people, if you have been hoarding or putting gear on that you've had from back in the day, we're talking like a year ago, and you've progressed and now you've got better gear, but you've kind of left that old gear on your old champions because it's too expensive to take it off and you don't really know what to do. You don't really want to destroy it. This is a great time to do it because I can take all of this gear off for free and make some silver back. And then replace that gear with the good gear that I've got that I want to keep because it's triple roll that I might be good in the future that I can put over to it. I could basically remule. Like, I'm sitting on 639 5-star. Like, look at these, like this weapon. Look at it. It's awful. It's an instant sell. Instant sell. Instant sell. All of this gear, if it doesn't triple roll, I've got 639 5-star pieces, of which 10 are quad roll, which you might keep. Like, this is a good keep. Very good keep, right? Even though it's a 5-star piece, it's 22 speed. Very good. 78 triple rolls, but look how many single rolls only, right? This option in the optimizer, we added this because it was on request, and I think it's a great idea. Single rolls only will basically show you all of your pieces that have less than that has less than 2 rolls on a single stat. You see, it's showing me all of my split roll pieces. There's no way to look for this in the game. The optimizer here is going to tell you, hey, you've got 173 pieces where you've got less than 1, where you've only got 1 roll on every single substat. So you can quickly go, when I'm looking at this, like, I've got ungeared stuff, sell it. Sell it. Look at this, 10 speed, bad, sell it. Rare boots. I've got uncommon speed boots from when I started the game. Sell, sell, sell. You can't find these pieces. No, but Dutchy, what normally happens is you enter into a phase where single gear, you want more specialized, right? So, for example, this is a very quick way for you to see the poor gear. Because, you know, something like, if I just had 5-star searching, then this is going to show up. I don't want to sell this piece. 21 speed in a speed set is one of my fastest pieces on the account. Yes, 5-star. But because it's quad rolled, it's way better. Whereas if I compare it to something like this, I would probably sell this because it's only a 10 speed roll and the attack and the HP is not as valuable. So the idea with the single roll is to basically highlight to you pieces that probably aren't specialized versus the pieces that are specialized. And you can make a decision then, like, never sell everything based on what the optimizer tells you, but you can make a decision to go, okay, do you know what? I want to see everything that's weak. So I should probably sell all of these pieces, or not so much probably. I can look at these pieces and go, I've got 43 5-star gear pieces that have all split roll that is rated weak right now. Should I be keeping these pieces? Of all of my 5,376 artifacts, this is where I start cleansing. Because I look through here and I go, I don't need a common speed boot anymore. I've got better gear. I don't need this piece. I've got better gear. Do I want this piece? No, I've got better gear, right? You can make that decision based on the context of your account. I would not sell all. That's not how you use the optimizer. The ratings plus the filters help you identify like where to start, because it's overwhelming. Like, that's my problem with this account. I'm a classic example. I've got too many gear. I've hoarded too much. I've got too many champions, and I've lost control of my account. The optimizer is now going to come in here and go, right, okay, let's work backwards. Let's find the worst pieces we can start getting rid of, and let's replace it with your good gear, so you can keep hold of your good gear and get rid of your crap gear. So, Mr. T2 Sugars, Earbad basically said, if you haven't got time today to play your free-to-play, jump onto your free-to-play account and get rid of all of your clan boss gear. That's what he told me. I don't know if I'll have time, but it saves you so much silver. We're talking millions of silver could be saved. So... anyway, we freed up some slots so we can do a test now, right? I've got like 10 spaces. But that's some of the ideas you can use this free weekend for. You don't just have to build new champions. You can use it as an opportunity to cleanse some of your gear away. It's a shame that they didn't extend the artifact enhancement for another 24 hours, because you could have then got artifact enhancement points at the same time at a budget cost. But, you know, it is what it is. These things happen. I wish they would have done it tomorrow so that it lasted the weekend for players, so players could actually feel like they've got time to play the game. Right then. So we're going to fitting room, try this on. Try this on. I do have some fast speed pieces, see? So see advantage right now. Probably try that on. Speed accuracy, that's pretty good. Try on. Okay, so let's try this. Puts him into there. He's a bit fast at the moment, so we just need accuracy in the helm. If we can get him perception, that would be a dream. He's just way too fast at the moment. I need to bring his speed right down. Don't want speed. The problem is I've only probably kept speed. It's a big problem. It's 20 plus 5. Probably have to go with this one here. He's still a bit low on accuracy, which is a problem. And he's very fast. So, can we get... have I got any affinity breaker I can craft? No. Sucks. Oh, is there anything in my vault? Let's have a look. Cursed, righteous. Pointless stuff. Yeah, don't shame me. I know I've got a problem. Yes. I'm understanding that I have a problem with gear. You're not the first to tell me. You won't be the last. I'm an embarrassment. It's actually shocking. I'm ashamed of myself. It's got to the point where I've stopped buying revenge gear in the clan shop because I physically just don't have the space to store it anymore. It's a low roll, isn't it? It's like 24 divided by 4. Do I feel like that's a low roll for attack? 6%. It's kind of mid-roll. What's annoying is there's no crit rate. But it's really good. It's accuracy, speed, and attack. It's 4 rolls. It's 4 because it's mythical. So you get the mythical roll, the base roll, and then 2 additional rolls. You always have to count the base roll with it. It's mythic, yeah. So you get the base roll, what it rolls with originally, the mythic roll on top, and then 2 additional substat rolls. I'm going with it. Mistakes were made. Actually, really, I'm going to keep it. I feel like it's really good. Look at this accuracy piece here. Just kind of need accuracy more than anything else. Oh damn! I just got rid of that. Stupid. Where is he? I'm actually destroying my ninja build right now. It's a bit painful. The problem is if I take that away... Affinity breaker. I don't really need accuracy. I don't really need speed, I need accuracy. That's better. Nice, that's really good. That's better. Slows him down. Okay. 233 speed, 524 accuracy. Let's see how much faster he is now. That was 100 turns. Let's see what the impact of Affinity Breaker 2.0 is. This is a increase of 30% chance to avoid weak hit. The old set used to basically, when you worked out the math, do a 7% less chance to weak hit. The reason why it's 7%, not 20%, is because you have a 35% chance to weak hit. So you have to work out, of the times you weak hit, what's the likelihood of that not weak hitting. So it's only about 7%. Where now, it's actually quite good. We'll see. Is he not enough for accuracy? I thought you only needed like 525 accuracy. Keep in mind, Aniri resists. See? The resist is Aniri. The resist is Aniri, not ninja. Because the shield is coded as a buff. No, you don't need 550, do you? I thought it's 530. I thought 550 for Iron Twins. I thought stage 25. Let's check. Make me doubt myself now. Dungeons. Sun Devils. 5. It's 525. You guys. It's 525. You're thinking of you're thinking of Iron Twins. It's only 525. 525. Boss is 500 resistance. Yeah, Iron Twins is 550. Sand Devil's 525. Well, this run at the moment is 40 seconds quicker than the last one. It's good. Godseeker revives based on team order. So if you put Marichka in the lead, Brad, when everyone else dies, Marichka should get revived, and then I would imagine Marichka's passive fires. That's my understanding. Because essentially what she does is she places revive on death on the leader before they die. So Marichka should revive everyone as she dies, and everyone else should revive. That's what I would suggest. 88 turns. Okay, so we saved 12 turns there. Let's just check if that was an anomaly. Yeah, but you only trust the end screen. I don't really know what the turn count is, Dutchy, I'll be honest. I've no idea what that is. Like, it's never accurate. I'm looking at the end screen, and the end screen said 88, so... Gotta say, it doesn't feel like Affinity Breaker's having much of an impact, right? I had high hopes. Thought maybe now that it's 50%, it would be better. Hey, Ford. This is tuned for 25, but you could. There's other tunes for lower down. Like probably to climb, you'll want to use my 24 team because you can have a fully booked Aniri. It's easier to use. I don't know, Hershon. As I said, I don't. They better have pretty accurate explanation as to where the turn count is coming from for this tournament. A lot, Magnadara. because Brimstone wouldn't get cleansed. It would be even better if it was 6-star because you get 50 accuracy, so I don't need as many stats. Yeah, probably Exeter. Is there a simple speed tune breakdown for stages 12 and up? Basically, whatever, if you go check out my Zero Books video for Sandevil, it's if you go in the channel, look for Sandevil, you'll find it. That team can work. All you have to do is adjust the Aneri speed equal to the boss, right? So the way that I describe it normally is the DPS needs to be within 25 speed of Aneri, and the Aneri just needs to be 1 speed more than the boss. So just scale it as you go. You can climb it pretty comfortably. I gotta say, Affinity Breaker looks trash, right? I actually think having Theodore Calvalax pocket is going to be more valuable than Acrisia. The only place I can see Acrisia being really valuable is Fire Knight and here. But even then, like, Fire Knight 10 hard is so difficult. You need the Cardiel and the Valkyrie with it. Like, I don't think Affinity Breaker's having any impact here. It's the Theodore Calvalax is going to be more of a problem. If you haven't got the Calvalax with the Theodore and the Theodore with the Calvalax, it's just, yeah. Yeah, a lot of people do. Like, I think I might need to just do a video explaining how to do it. But the problem is if I do another video on Aneri Ninja, what I probably need to do, Dutchy, is do my referrals and get Chronum. Because I think that's the best option for most players. Get your referrals done and get Chronum. Because Chronum will do it much more comfortable. Because you just keep your Jamasa, you let Jamasa die, and then as long as Chronum can stay alive, he'll get you climbing. Won't be as fast as Ninja, but at least everyone can get it. No, Taha. The thing is, the math is wrong. You don't use Affinity Breaker on champions taking lots of turns. I actually thought that Affinity Breaker would be better on one-hit wonder champions, right? Because if you do the math, it's better just to run 2 speed sets and run the risk of getting more RNG than to run Affinity Breaker. Because either way you're looking at it, you're depending on RNG for it to be successful. I would rather have more opportunities to get good RNG than have less opportunities to get bad RNG. Right? So that's kind of like why Affinity Breaker was always trash, because effectively all you gained was 7% for a 4-piece set. And if you think about it, the other stat you get with is crit damage, which is dumb. We could, Gory, if I actually had any inclination or, like, desire to push hard Fire Knight, but I don't. Because I think until they rebalance that dungeon, it's terrible. Yeah, but you don't... Yeah, but Taha, who are you running on Fire Knight? That isn't Void Legendary. You run Cardiel, Valkyrie, doesn't drop turn meter. You run... Well, she does, but she's Spirit, she's fine. Anyway, Fire Knight 10 hard is Void, so you can't weak it. And even on 25, you just run 25 with a Law. So... Or you run 25 with Hall's Ring. Or you run 25 with Kratraxa, not Kratraxa, Kratraxa, Allure, Cold Heart, something like that. I don't know. I don't feel like that's improved anything. I just don't feel like it's improved anything. I actually think... That's true, Hershen. I don't know what I'm talking about. It's been a long day. If I make mistakes tonight, guys, don't hold it against me. My brain is just fried. $228. Let's try a Toxic set. Because it's free gear and weekend. Do I even have a Toxic set chest? Do we have an accuracy toxic chest? Anyone got an accuracy toxic? Okay, so... lag. Game lag. Yeah, So when the Nogdar thing happened, you can go check my... we did it live because I expected people were gonna accuse me of cheating. I unlocked the stages with Nogdar, but I didn't farm it. I didn't farm it because I wanted to basically get it for content, but I didn't farm it because I felt it was an exploit. So I just unlocked it all. Maybe it's still an exploit, I don't know, but I'm gonna sneeze. Okay, I'm not gonna sneeze. Thought I was. Got to be careful who I take it off. It's probably good enough. Probably because I brought in some affinity breakers, so that's flat start, don't need that. Okay, what do we got? 227, 544. Let's go again. How fast is it with Toxic? It's my principles. I will never... If I believe something is exploitive, I won't do it. Now, I'm not going to punish anyone or say someone shouldn't do it if they... Like, it's an opinion. I felt like the Nogdar was not an intentional thing, so I wasn't going to go and get loads and loads of oil over anyone else just because I had Nogdar. That's just not in the spirit for me. It's not how I play. So... I think it's an exploit because building the teams for stage 24 and 25 is hard. What's an exploit? Well, exploit for the Nogdar. I would have got to 24, 25 easily enough. I just wanted to get there quicker so that I could do content to help people when they got there. So, I just unlocked the stages. Is there any point in keeping Frenzy nerf? Keep the good pieces. John, what I would recommend with any artifact set these days is keep at least one good set, because you never know when you need one good set. But if you've got like semi-average pieces, it's sellable in my opinion. If you've got those semi-average pieces, then I would sell it. How does Affinity Breaker work with multi-hits? Does it roll for every hit, or is it like stun only once? Affinity Breaker rolls on any attack, Magnadara. So when you attack, you have a 50% chance. So basically the way it goes is, I attack a target. That target has a 35% chance that I weak hit that target. If I weak hit, then I've got a 50% chance I don't weak hit. So it basically works out half of 35. So Affinity Breaker results in you having a 17.5% chance to weak hit. That's the way that Affinity Breaker works on any attack. And any multi-hit, on any skill, it's just 17.5% chance now. Where before, it was like 35 minus 7, it was still like 23%. So it's an improvement, But I'll be honest, doesn't look like much of an improvement. Like, Toxic is worse, based on this. We'll run it twice to see, but it looks like Toxic is just as bad. Hey, Saf, which team do you think is better for Sand Devil, Aniri Ninja, Chronom Jamasa? I don't think... faster, Aniri Ninja. Easier, Chronom Jamasa, right? Because Chronom just needs to stay alive. You don't need to build, like, the Aniri really fast. You can build him a lot slower. Because he only needs to go 4 turns, where Aniri needs to make sure she can get back around to her abilities. You don't have any issues with that. So probably Chronom Jamasa is easier to build, but Aniri Ninja is probably faster. Yeah, I know other endgame players basically farmed at least several thousand oil from it in the it was like, was it 4 hours or 5 hours it was up for? 112 turns. Let's just run it again. That's the slowest run so far. Regen was about 3 minutes. Both Affinity Breakers was around about 88 turns, about like 2 minutes and a half. So what stats do you even look for in Frenzy Gear now? Speed, accuracy, resistance, probably. Frenzy Gear was like, it's probably worth having like a damage Frenzy Gear, but I don't even know if that's worth now. It's so hard. Like, I can't imagine any situation where you're going to use Frenzy Gear that often. That's the problem. I suppose it depends on the motivations, Kessel, right? If I wasn't able to, and the Nogdar buff allowed me to unlock something I wasn't able to do it, then it's different. But in my situation, whether I had the Nogdar buff or not, I would have got to stage 25, because you can see I can farm stage 25, so it's not a problem. But if someone was able to get to a higher stage and not able to complete it, like, I don't really think in the bigger scheme of things, unlocking a stage means much. Because I would have probably spent the day getting it unlocked anyway. And it wasn't like I was going to farm it. So I don't really see it as that exploitive. But I do see it as exploitive that you would have farmed it. Because you know it's a bug, right? It's some things... It's just one of those things that you know, like, it's quite obvious it's not intended. It's like the R-Tac passive. I knew it was a bug because I knew it wasn't intended. It's quite obvious that it was overpowered. Not that it was an exploit to use R-Tac. I'm not trying to say that at all, because that's a bug. It's not an exploit. You can't avoid it. But it was when they add things in the game and it's like, yeah, I don't think they were meant to do that. It's quite obvious. Yeah, like I was actually trying to get there, Marius, so I could figure out how hard it was, considering I don't have test server access, so that I can start making content to assist people in doing it. So for me, specifically, I didn't have access to anything other than doing it myself, so... Exactly, Dimitra. And also, it was worth it for them, because basically it got them a head start on ascending. And unfortunately, Playroom couldn't really do anything with it because, well, they can't take the oil off people at that point. So, is this the difference between a venial sin and a mortal sin? I don't even know what a venial sin is. 89, I actually think... So, based on this test, Toxic is a little bit faster than Regen. I'll do one more. But now probably Affinity Breaker is just as good as Toxic. Maybe. Maybe Affinity Breaker reduces the variance, whereas Toxic is going to expand the variance. How do you differentiate bug to an exploit? To me, an exploit is knowing the use of a bug. Exactly, John, right? So the Nogdar is a great example. It's a bug because they didn't expect, you know, that type of bug I can forgive Playroom, right? Because if you think there's 760 plus champions in the game, each champion has 3 different skills, and each skill has like sometimes a couple of effects. So you're talking Are they going to be able to have the capacity to test every single effect in the game against a new boss? Like 2,500 effects? No. The fact that basically 99.9% of all skills worked as intended, but one skill didn't, is fine. It's a bug. Should it have been picked up in QA or in testing? Probably, but until you give it to a wider audience. I mean, you look at Diablo. Diablo 4 is backed by hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of developers, millions and millions of pounds, millions of dollars have been spent on that game, and players within a couple of hours, maybe like 10 hours, because there've been no life in it, found exploits, right? They found ways to abuse mechanics, little combinations of things. When you're developing a game, it's a lot harder to spot the bugs than when you play the game. So, to be fair, that's a kind of a bug that I would expect to see when a new content releases with legacy content, aka champions that got added to the game. But any player, any person in their right mind would look at it and go, a new super hard endgame boss that I can one-shot. Maybe that's not intended. So it's quite obvious to me that that is a bug. And if you know it's a bug, and you know you shouldn't be doing it, and you still do it, that's exploitive. Because it's especially if you have a knocked out and other people don't, that's an unfair advantage that you've gained, right? That's not fair. That's why I was quite keen on doing the video on the Soulstone tournaments, because I felt like people knew about it, but not everyone knew about it, and you can't exactly just go farm more Soulstones, and people would make different game decisions knowing that something was coming, so they would gain a competitive advantage over you, and that's not fair. It's nothing against the top players for knowing it. It's more, Playroom shouldn't be telling people Playroom really shouldn't be exposing some information like that in an environment where only a select few people can get hold of it. It's not fair. And fairness is all I care about. Do I think Playroom will ever back down? I don't think they're backing up or backing down on anything, Phipps. I just think they just decided they don't want me in the program. I don't even know if it's that big a deal. I just think it's one of those things they just don't want to talk about it, I guess. It's not something they want to look at, would be the right word. They have other things, they're priorities. So. Yeah, it was a bug by Playroom, right? So I literally just unlocked the tiers and I was like, I'm going to wait for them to fix it before I start doing anything with it. Just like Artak, we got the champion, I built it, and I was like, look, I'm not going to put content out right now because I know the passive is going to get fixed. So anything I tell you is going to be pointless because it might not be relevant. So how much does crit rate? How much crit rate? None, because I'm ninja. So what you got to understand about this boss, if you don't debuff the boss, you will not deal any damage. At stage 25, he decreases incoming damage by enemy skills by 75%. This innate damage reduction is decreased by 10% for each debuff the boss is under. So if you want to deal direct damage to Al-Naima at stage 25, you have to debuff him heavily. Otherwise, you won't deal damage because he just caps it all. Burn is different because burn is not damage reduction because it's not a direct damage, right? War Master, skills, direct attacks, they're all reduced by this passive, but burns and poisons are not. But he does have a minus 90% poison. You don't see it in here, but you will when we release the boss guide for this. That should be coming out in a couple of days. When you see the boss guide, you'll find that there's a passive that reduces poison damage by 90%, or probably 60% or something like that. So the only realistic way you can deal damage to him is the burn, so we don't really care about what this guy has. We just want him to place A2, then die, so he doesn't take any more turns. Yeah, I mean, it benefited me, Kessel, but I think it's motivations, right, Kessel? I'm not going to sit here and say I didn't gain an advantage by unlocking all the levels really easy. It saved me time. But at the same time, if my motivation was to farm it, then it's bad. If my motivation was to unlock it so that I could help others, I think that's a good way, right? I feel like that's not a bad thing if my motivations are... Motivations are everything in the world, right? Why you do something is more important than what you do often. What's my thoughts on the champion chase this weekend? Basically, Darren, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why it's there. I cannot give you, Darren, an explanation as to why we had to not have a champion chase tournament as part of the Fusion so that a couple of players could get a skin that maybe nobody really cares about. Like, if they want to sell skins to make more money, do it. I don't have a problem. I think it's actually a brilliant monetary, like, it's a brilliant revenue stream. It doesn't affect competitive integrity. It makes people feel good about the game. If they've got the excess money and they want to do it, great. Do I think they're worth like $100? No, of course not. But if they want to sell skins, I mean, League of Legends have made an entire company selling skins. That's fine. But I mean, why would you take it out of a Fusion to give a couple of people skins? I don't get it. If everyone got skins, fine. At least people who didn't want to do the Fusion gets a free skin. Fine. It's not a problem. But making it so that, oh, well, if you whale hard enough, you can get yourself one of these skins. I'm like, I don't really care about whaling. I'll wait for the skin to come back up in the shop and buy it if I want to whale for it. Come on. Yeah, he reduces poisons by 90%. So you can't even poison, right? So it's kind of lame. So the test there is Affinity Breaker seem to be the best. I actually don't think any of them made much of a difference. I think probably we can tell, right? So if I just basically run him in no sets, if I just take off the set completely, I don't think any set really matters. Probably just need to keep him fast here, right? Right. I'll run him this. I don't think any of it matters. I don't think Affinity Breaker helps him. Only thing I would say is I think Affinity Breaker might create less variance. I think Affinity Breaker might make the runs more consistent. Is Fury Set working? I haven't tested it yet, but we can try it. I think Fury Set is the big deal on Man-Eater. I think Fury Sets on Man-Eaters would be really cool. Again, I have to rebuild one of them because of 6-star Awakening. If they include soul tournaments for Fusion, it's going to make tons of people quit. So I can say, based on like back channel information from the moderator team in the Raid official Discord, which, to be fair, it's pretty accurate. They've gone and spoken to Playroom, and Playroom have come back to them and said the statement of there is no immediate plans in the future to add soul tournaments to the Fusion. Now, they said the same thing, that there would be no immediate plans to make soul tournaments in general, but it's been 9 months. So to give them credit, I would say they're pretty good to their word, which means we can go, for the time being, there's no plans to add it. What I think is going to happen is in 6 months' time, they will add it, but it will be alongside more sources to generate stones. I don't think the current level of stone acquisition is enough, if I'm being honest. So I think they would recognize that. So I think any stone tournament infusions would be paired alongside a future content release that would also generate more soul stones. Or they are going to buff the Iron Twins rates, or they'll put it in some other place, or you can get more of it, or they'll add it into more rewards, right? There will be more ways to acquire it so that you can manage to get enough stones. What we don't know at the moment is how many points per stone you're going to get. That's really going to tell us where you put the stones. If it's like Summon Rush, where it's Ancient Shards is 20 and only one tier 1 is 20 points, then It's a lot, because getting a tier 3 stone is not the same as getting a sacred. It's a big difference. So you'd want to see like maybe 100 points for a tier 1 stone in a summon rush. So that you would need to pull like 30 tier 1 stones to finish a summon rush. Something like that. I would definitely want to see more than 20. At least 50. At a bare minimum 50. At an absolute bare minimum 50 points per tier 1 stone. Oh, we might actually fail this one. And here he's taking a lot of damage. Yes, there's 3 actually, Sebastian. There's Soul Stone, there's Soul Chase tournaments, which are basically Summon Rush. There is, we might actually fail this because we've lost a lot of max HP. I think she's dead. This is why having good defense is important, because look, we can't recover now because we've lost too much max HP. No revive on death. We must have got double critted. My 100% team. Probably slower as well. So, basically, I think Affinity Breaker is quite good here. Because the thing you want to do is run it quicker, because the longer the run is, the more likely an Aerie is going to get double crit, the more likely she's going to lose max HP, the more likely you're going to die. So I'd say Affinity Breaker, the change, is probably the better option to go, because although Toxic is tied, I think Affinity Breaker is going to normalize your runs a bit. It's going to make it a little bit more consistent, whereas Toxic is still going to keep the variance because you're still at 30%. Whereas at least with Affinity Breaker, you're at 17.5. This is a 6-turn cooldown Buccaneer. It's a very specialist tune. So 30 tier 1s. Yeah, I mean, I guess it scales, John. I'm looking at it from like super endgame, how many can I get? And how many should I easily be able to do? So what I'm looking at, John, is what should be an acceptable number. So if you're doing Nightmare Hydra, Brutal Hydra, Hard Hydra, you're doing Iron Twins every day, then you're probably earning somewhere between 15 to 18 tier 1 stones a week. So if you're doing a chase tournament every fortnight, because it's going to be every other weekend, then you should be able to get like 40 tier 1s. So that if you basically save them all and complete them, then you'll be able to get to at least the middle of a fusion row with 50 points, right? Because 50 tier 1s is going to be like 50 points. And say like you earned like, what was it, 1836 tier 1s. So that's going to give you like 1800 points. But you can see it's not enough, but the 36 should translate then into a couple of tier 2s. I don't think it's enough. Like, that's why I said I don't think they would ever include it in... I don't think they would ever include it right now in the... The words are coming into my mouth in a minute. Oh, I can't think. The words... I don't think they'll ever include in the fusion until they add more sources of gain. Simply put, this is just not enough right now. Right? This is just not enough. So, until they add more, we probably won't see them in the fusion. And even if they do it, it'll cause such a backlash, they'll have to backtrack. It's already bad. Look at the response of the current fusion, right? Look at the response of the current fusion. The champion is not this bad. When I get Loriaka, because I am doing the fusion for God knows what reason, I will do a video where I'll basically go, is she actually as bad as everyone is saying? This is because the model is bad. The champion is not this bad. But because the fusion structure is bad, the champion is therefore bad. Do I think she's the best champion in the game? Absolutely not by a country mile. But she does do a hell of a lot of turn meter control. She does have a 3-turn cooldown, block debuff with a 20% fill. She does have the best decrease resistance that isn't on a force champion. She does steal a lot of buffs. She's not a bad champion. Or he, she, he, I don't know, whatever gender it is. But people are emotional about the fact that it's a double summon rush in a really difficult tournament. and in a bad patch window. So what does it happen? The champions are 1-star. I don't think that's fair. So champ has been barely talked about. Barely has been heavily talked down. Well, I mean, the fusion has heavily talked people down. It's because it's so hard, because it's double summon rush. I mean, if you think about it, look at the context. It went summon rush into 1+1, which is the best time to pull your sacreds, into a pointless champion chase, into another summon rush. I'm lucky I won the dragon tournament, so I'm already on 60 fragments. I will be able to complete the fusion without doing the secondary summon rush, because I've got this one coming here. We'll be fine. But if you didn't get a win a tournament, you've got to do some of the other summon rush. You haven't got the shards for it. She's not a bad champion. Is she the best champion in the game? No. Not by a mile. But she does do things that not many people do. Supreme Kale is by far the best decrease resistance. What I meant by, Super Freak, what I meant by non-force was non-void as well, right? I'll never sit here and go, well, just go get the Void Legendary, right? It's easy. Just pull a couple of Voids, get a Supreme Kale. What's the hardship? I'm looking at the reality of what players have got, and there's not that many options for decreased resistance. And the reason why I say it is we didn't really value things like Sleep until Sand Devil came out. We didn't really value things like Provoke sets until Hydra came out. Champions like Hex was not really valued now until they started adding to it. You never know when you need a champion for something, right? You never know. So Jetney was different because Jetney had nothing in her kit that was particularly special in any way. Jetney just didn't do anything that was particularly special. I don't really know what to do with Ninja's normally my boss killer. Don't know if he's still, but I'm using Whisper a lot now for my boss killer, to be honest. He's normally my brute force boss killer for burning. Just build him tanky, but I might build him more damage these days. So first test that I wanted to do tonight is Affinity Breaker good enough now to warrant its position in our current tier list here? What have we got the tier list at? Let's have a look. What have we rated it at? When my PC loads. We've got it at C. Is it still fair to be C? I would say so. I don't know what you guys think. Let's do a poll. Let's see if polls work today on YouTube. Do polls work? Yes, they do. Happy days. Is it a good choice not pulling 1+1 if you have Mercy counters at 0? Mercy counter for Sacreds are pointless. Omar, I would play the game as if Mercy counter does not exist. Below C is in the bin. The reason why is Sacred Mercy doesn't really kick until 54, and you're never ever going to pull that many Sacred Shards in one go, unless you're a Whale or a Kraken. But 1+1 events gives you the highest amount of chance to get legendary champions. If you care about epics, you save everything for a ×2. If you don't want epics, 1+1 is the best event for Sacreds, just generally. I would also say it's probably a good idea to build yourself up to a minimum of 15 Sacreds, so that if a guaranteed event does come along, you've got a good enough stockpile that you can get yourself there. Even if it's 20 minimum, you can probably find 20 Sacreds from the 3v3 Bazaar, from Doom Tower, from, you know, different places. Clan Boss will give you one, maybe. Maybe you decide to buy 1 or 2 from the monthly pack or something like that, right? Maybe depends if you're a player. If you're not anywhere near a spender and you want a guarantee, then save 20 Sacreds and then use your excess Sacreds on a 1+1. That's what I would say. Keep enough for guaranteed, then put it into 1+1. And obviously, you pull Sacreds if you want to do the fusion. So it's always difficult. But the priority should be for Sacred, 1+1 or guaranteed, they're about the same. And then fusions. Don't pull. I would actually even say, unless you care about epic champions, Never pull Sacreds on a ×2. I actually think it's not a good event anymore. I would just save it. I think it's just too valuable to go for the 1+1s. So... yeah, I mean, you have to trigger the 1+1, Omar. The math is basically, if you trigger it, how many average shards would you need? It's less average shards than a typical event, so... You'll be able to build a 7-second Fellhound. Congrats. Yeah, you can use it for legendary books as well. I definitely 100 think if you keep 20 Sacreds is a good idea. Because they will do guaranteed over things. You know, maybe they'll do another Michinaki style event, right? Where you have to pull for the Summon Rush. For the fragments on the Summon Rush. Could happen. I actually quite like that because it gives you more flexibility with other shards. What do you what do you do with Voids? Voids is a bit different. So the way I manage Voids is I will just pull them on desirable ×10. I don't need Void Epics, so I'm not pulling on ×2. I'm pulling on desirable ×10s. Because if I get lucky, my account needs specific Void legendaries. So if it's a good ×10, I'll just pull my shards. Unless I'm getting close to the Mercy and I want like that really big ×10. So the idea is I'm slowly building up my ×10, my Mercy until I get close. And then I want that ×10 that's got the best legendary champion. Because the odds on a ×10 for Void is much better. It's getting worse, but it is much better. I see some optimizer teams at Spider 10 hard use Lydia. If you use the Calvo Tio Akendum, is Lydia there for the weekend? Probably yes. Because weaken increases the spider's damage. Green virus, so yes. Yeah, Hershen, I just like to play the devil's role advocate a little bit. I just think I'd rather just roll the odds on a ×10 if the ×10 is good, rather than roll it on a ×2 and then reset my Mercy back to a crap one. But then again, I got Whirlimed, so... Okay, so everyone still thinks it is still C. I think that's a fair assessment. I don't think it's crazy good. I don't think it's crazy good. Right, next up is rebuild Oella. Frenzy is useless. So what we need to do is rebuild our dear Oella. Yeah, save for Void. Void Guaranteed is the best one. Void Guaranteed is the best one. You need 110 for that normally. And even at 110 Voids, it is the best guaranteed event in the game. Just walk across everything. Hello. Thanks. Yeah, it's a fan. Ooh. Great. The cat's taken the fan. I guess we're not using the fan anymore. A monster. Right, we're going to exclude lock 1. We're going to be doing this. We want to be doing Ice Golem 10 hard. We're going to have resistance aura. We need 435 resistance, 345 accuracy. We don't really need the accuracy. We could probably get away with lower accuracy. Because we don't really want to slow the boss down. It's handy to have. So I'm going to drop it a little bit to 250. Obviously, when we're doing this, we are saying we've got an aura of 75. Technically, it's 76 because she's got a leadership aura. We've got resistance buff up all of the time. So I need to hit 251 speed, 435 resistance, 250 accuracy. I've told it I want survival mode. So the optimizer is now going to tell me, is now going to find the builds that are the most tankiest. The most tankiest. The builds that are going to keep me alive the most. I actually want to change this up a little bit because I want speed. Oops, I'm on the wrong one. So you should always try to you always want to try to build out your accessories first, because it will just save you a lot of time when you're optimizing, because you're going to tell it what you want to achieve first. Like I could take this for some more defense if I wanted to, if I didn't want the accuracy, but I feel like I need the accuracy here. So she's probably in the best one available. Well, there's no speed on this. It's actually crazy she's not in any speed. I probably picked it because there is no speed. Oh wait, there is. What am I saying? 12 speed here. I think this is the best piece right now. So that's cool. Accuracy, resist, HP, the best, defense. So she's in pretty much the best accessories. I want to try Triple Defiant, if I'm being honest. If I can get Triple Defiant, this is way, way, way better. We'll give it plus 4777. We'll just go to 10. 10. 5. 5. Optimize. Boom. Oh, wait. One thing we can also do is we can go, well, look, we're not going to want attack gloves. We're not going to want crit rate, crit damage. We'll keep them in, though, in case I have the space. We'll keep the chest in. We're not going to want attack boots. We're basically taking about everything we know it's not going to happen. The optimizer still has to assess gear, even if we know it's not going to be in there. So by telling the optimizer, I don't want attack percentage gloves, I don't want attack percentage boots, it speeds the optimizer up because now it knows I don't need to go looking at all those. No, I don't want to slow the boss down, Taiku. In Iron Twins, I want the boss to attack me more. The more he attacks me, the more I extend the burn, the more I activate Geomancer's passive, the quicker it goes. That's the way it works in Iron Twins. Does anybody know if Hellhades damage calc assumes your champion is booked? My error is unbooked, is that the damage it shows or half booked. If you're doing it in the optimizer Preddy, it will do it based on the current books you have available to it. But it's multiplicative, so it doesn't matter. If you get 20% more damage on your books, it's still going to give you the best damage in build because it's 20% more of everything, right? So if you find 100 builds and you apply 20% more damage to 100 builds, then the first build in that 100 build is still going to be the strongest. It doesn't matter that you haven't booked it yet because it's going to scale all of them up by 20% equally. The only thing that would matter is if you got like stats with it, which you never do. You just get flat multiplicative damage. So, what happens with champions whom people built in Frenzy because they sacrifice HP? It's called the Wonderful Vault Guardian. They go in the vault. They basically sit there and they look at their Frenzy gear and go, why, Plarium? Why did you delete my champion because of this silly change? Do you think they'll ever do another guaranteed event next week or the Summon Rush for the cow like they did with Demitha? It would be awesome for one for the Seeker. I don't know. I mean, the Demitha deal was great. Like, 25 voids for Demitha is insane. I mean, 45% damage on Book's Preddy is insane. Book damage is so important. So important. Riho's in my clan boss team, Kag. Riho can solo Sorath 120 hard. Riho is amazing in Arena. Riho is one of the best debuffers in the game. Riho is the best for Sandev. Riho is bonkers good. Hey, Saf, I found nothing regarding the polymorph rework in the patch. It's next patch. They said it wasn't going to be this patch. They said it was going to be next patch. That didn't tell me... That didn't... Oh, because I didn't tell it to do 3 defined. I'm an idiot. Ooh, there we go. Drang. The problem is I think I have to break an Eerie and I don't want to break an Eerie. I'm pretty sure I have to break an Eerie to do it. I mean, I'm pretty sure I don't want to. She's in Defiance, so I need to lock her away. So if we can't do Triple Defiant, the next best thing you do is you do Stalwart Defiant. Triple Defiant is better than Stalwart Defiant because Triple Defiant is additive with each other, where Stalwart is not additive with Defiant. So you only get like 40% instead of 45%. I didn't do Sigmund. Sigmund is one of the few, I think actually only the only fusion I've never done is Sigmund, because in my opinion Demitha was the legendary. So yeah, that's a fair point. You shouldn't book anything until you've got your clan boss at Ultra Nightmare, because the books aren't going to come from anywhere else other than champion training tournaments. I mean, Riho's not going to be seen in like the ultra high end of Gold Live because, like, say, I mean, what we can do now, because we have the ability to, let's go have a look at Riho's playtime, right? I really need to add a global search bar. We can now check it in here. Gold 1, she's not being played there. Pretty low. Yeah, I'd say she's not being picked a lot. Pretty good win rate, though. Like, she's winning a fair amount, I would say. But we rate her 5 out of 5 because she does things better than most people. She's one of the best healers, the best cleansers, so... But for live arena, probably there are better options, right? But you can see, like, when she is picked, the ban rate is quite high. So probably she's just banned out a lot. But what you will find is as you climb higher in the arena meta, the meta starts getting narrow. A lot less champions are like, you know, Baron is good and then Baron's out. And then you get Riho, she's out. And then you get you basically get very narrow. Yeah, I'm using Aox. Oh, that's good. Let's try this. Let's try this build with a free regearing option. Do I even have capacity to change my account? That's the problem. The answer is yes. Okay. Stalwarts. Look at this piece that it's recommending. Most people would have deleted that piece. Me and my hoarding capacities have kept that piece. For God knows what reason. The annoying thing is now I'm going to have to go and farm a bunch of cursed because I sold it all because heal reduction was terrible. It's like, that's the problem whenever they rebalance these things. I've now got to go and get more sets of something that I've never had. So good doing this when it's free regearing. It'd be so expensive if I didn't. Defiant set, in my opinion, is one of the best sets in the game. So good. Ah, we run out of pace. What do we got going on here? HP. That's pretty trash. We'll upgrade it for some checks. What are we going to get? Pretty poor. But like, just look at the difference in my silver count. By now, I would have burnt 8 million silver. I've rebuilt 3 champions, essentially, because I rebuilt Ninja like twice. And I'm still at 18 million. I have to build up some of these because, obviously, we need the speed. We probably need speed here, so we'll have to use one of you. So throw some defense on. Some resist. I did over-egg the glyphs a little bit. Oh, I forgot the helm. The helmet needs to be you frozen banshee. And I've run out of space. What are you? Oh, you're triple roll. What are you? You're pretty bad. We need more Defiant Forge passes. Like, seriously. Less Righteous, more Defiant. We're okay. We're okay at the moment. 248. Like, we haven't got anything Ice Golem. We're quite slow. We're not fast yet. We probably need a little bit more speed in places. Wonder what this gets. Boom. It's not what we wanted. That is not what we wanted. Hi Sav, I hope you are well. Trying to use the optimizer for artifact, but it's giving me two different suggestions on the same gear. In white it says weak, but in orange it might say very strong. So the orange, yeah, you see here on my screen here where it says strong and very strong. The strong is the current rating. The second one in orange is what it could potentially roll if it rolls what we consider the best stat. Now that doesn't necessarily tell you what it should be. If you go into the other view of the artifacts tab, oh, I'm in the wrong screen. Sorry. Thank you. I'm tired. Sorry, guys. I'm tired, right? So, what I was saying. On this screen here, you can see I've got strong and very strong. Bring back common sense. What a name. So, the strong is what it currently is rated at rank 12. If I was to upgrade it to rank 6, then potentially it could become very strong if it rolls desirable stats. Now, because speed is on here, it's probably going to think, well, if I roll 6 more speed, then this piece is now very strong. Like over here, if I roll basically probably something like, what is it going to be? Crit rate, crit damage, probably accuracy, maybe something like that on this one. I don't really know what Stalwart is weighted at. It's going to go, if it rolls accuracy, great, strong. If it doesn't, it might still be average. So the top sentence is the current rating. The bottom one is what it could be if it rolls desirably. That is TLDR. Nice, Stephen. Congrats. Hi, Saf. I know HJ said you guys would look at the rating soon. When you do, will it take... Yes. So I've got like a beta version, but I wasn't happy with it because we were finding that split rolls were getting too much of an advantage over like quad rolls. So we do need to redo, like obviously we have rated the Righteous set, but probably in the balance of every other set now, we probably need to change the set balances. Like now we've done the artifact tier list. Maybe we've got too much of a priority on certain sets that need to come down a level because other sets have risen in priority. Like immunity is not as good now as Stone Skin. It's changed a little bit. So we do need to go through and assess those. 244, it's a bit slow. I'll be honest, it's a bit slow. But I don't want to spend more glyphs than I don't have. I overglyphed it. If I'm being honest, I excessively glyphed this. Trying to min-max the build. Like, we can definitely throw, like, a better glyph on here. That's fine. Like, the speed glyph's a low roll. We'll try it. It's slower than the boss, but not by much. I think the boss is, like... Actually, what is the boss? Hard. Oh, he's only 240. That's actually okay. It's only 240. Great. He's 240. I knew he was slower. See? I knew he was slower. So yeah. So we've rebuilt it. Let's see how much stronger this is. Now keep in mind, it was failing before, yeah? So this all build, if I show you here, some cool things that you will get now in the premium optimizer is EHP numbers. EHP is very good because that will tell you if we took the defensive stat that you've got and put it through the damage reduction formula that the game runs and include your HP pool, it's telling you how much effective damage you need to take before you die in terms of raw damage. because it's mitigating other things and it works out with the HP and how much you mitigate and a bunch of it. Basically, it's a very complicated formula to explain in detail, but it represents the tankiness of your champion, right? Rather than just defense and HP. You can't just look at HP and go, you need to do 62,000 to kill me. Realistically, someone's going to need to do 266,000 true damage to kill my build based on the defense reduction. In my experience, that many damage pieces are rated high with res. No, but certain pieces with res on non-damaging sets could be. You don't get much value with res. What you would probably find is if you roll res with like crit rate and crit damage, it's probably lifting it up because it's splitting the rolls. What we need to do is I need to look at the equation and get it a little bit more balanced between something that's completely split roll and something that's quad rolled. We've got an equation that does it reasonably okay, but as with any equation, there is flaws to some of the logic, right? I mean, some endgame player would say if it's got resistance on it, you sell it. Like, we can't go that far because that's not realistic to the average player. Sab, are the HH players looking into the clan boss loot info from us players? If the loot players said they nerfed it, what the program is? Al, have you not seen the video that Hellhades did? I will grab it for you now. Here you go. 1 month ago for you, Al Bundy. That is enough statistical data to disprove any theory that the clan boss has been nerfed. So, can you explain why plus 15 and plus 30 becomes 40 AoE damage reduction? Because it is multiplicative, Omar, right? So, we will get the Excel out quickly to explain this. So, what have they updated now? Thank you. You've turned it into dark mode. I actually don't like this in dark mode. I prefer XL in white mode because dark mode is just off-putting for me. How do I change it? Put it back to light mode. Put me back to light mode. Thank you. Oh, I hate it. So, for example, okay, we've got Defiant gives us 0.15, Stalwart gives us 0.3. So, the way that Defiant works is it is a two-piece set. Generally, things add together if they are the same type. Revenge adds with itself. Retaliation will add with itself because it is the same thing. It adds together to become one. Things that are different don't add together. They are multiplicative in nature. So if I was to basically take 3 Defiant, so like we got 1 Defiant, 2 Defiant, 3 Defiant, 1 Stalwart, and 1 Stalwart and Defiant. Okay, so the way that this is going to work is that would be literally 1 times this. Okay, these are percentages all down the line. Now Defiant is going to be 2 times that. Defiant is going to be 3 times that. I can't do math, apparently. 3 times that. But we can't add Stalwart with Defiant. So 1 Stalwart is going to be this. But we can't add Stalwart and Defiant together. Okay? What you actually do is you go 0.3 times 0.15. Or more to the case, you basically go, say like I take 100 damage. Well, I'm now going to minus, so I'm going to go 1 minus, I always mess this up. The easiest way to do it is I always do it in reverse and work my way backwards. So if I was going to reduce 30% damage, I'm going to reduce 1 damage times 0.7. Okay, 70%. Because I'm reducing it by 30%. If I was then going to reduce it by 15%, it would be 85, right? So you actually get 60% damage reduction. Whereas, because all of this adds together, I get 1 lump sum of 0.55. I get one whole lump sum of 45% damage. So if I take 100 damage, or 1,000 units of damage, then I take that 1,000 units of damage and I times it with 1 minus the combinations here. So, for example, I do 1 minus each combination of a set. So I do 1 minus this. That would leave me with 550. If I was doing it for... Let's do it more appropriately here. This should be 0.3. Or 1 times that. 1 times that. So what you actually have is, if I was to do a damage comparison here and say, okay, we're taking 1,000 damage. Yeah. So you take this, times it by 1 minus that. Okay, so the first one Defiance would drop it 15%. The second one would drop it by another 150, right? Because it would drop in 30%. Next one would be 450, because they're all adding together, then multiplying. Whereas with Stalwart, what we're actually doing is we're going, okay, Stalwart is the same as 2 Defiant, but then here we're basically going, actually no, it's not now, because we're doing 2 separate instances of damage reduction. It doesn't really matter what order you do it in, it will always be the same. But it's only 595. So you can see I'm actually saving 8.18% less. That's just raw numbers. Obviously, it hasn't passed through damage reduction yet, right? I'm saying if the final outcome of damage was 1,000, that's what it'd be. If it was like 5,000, it's going to be the same because it's multiplicative. Now, if it was added together, then it would be the same thing as 3 Defiant. So it wouldn't be any different. But because they are different objects, only the same object can add together. Therefore, it's one by the other. Like you can see here, if I did it the other way around, I basically went, okay, well, that times 1 minus that, and then that times 1 minus that. So if we did it the other way, it shouldn't be any difference. It's still going to be 200 outside. It doesn't matter in what order they multiply. They will multiply together. Hey, Trev. Hope you had fun. How does a defensive soft cap work? You basically start hitting defensive numbers where more defense doesn't add anything. The most you can reduce damage is 85%. So once you start hitting like 4,400 with increased defense, every incremental amount of defense is so little in terms of the damage reduction because you're already at like 83%. It's really low. Like you can see here in this graph. You can see the graph here. Ignore the little dent. I was testing something. But you can see how if you look at the numbers on the bottom, that's like defense numbers in thousands. So like at 4,300, you can see the curve starts getting really, really difficult. So the difference between like 4,300 versus 8,100 is nothing compared to the first 30,000, first 3,000. The max you can ever reduce is 85%. But it takes a lot of defense to get to 85%. It's diminishing returns. So yeah, it's in there. It's not, you're not the first person to struggle with it, Big Mez. I have tried, and I'm still failing to try and make it really obvious, but it is quite difficult, right? So when you come here, you basically go to the rotation, and then pick the rotation you want for the boss. See, it'll say the name of the boss. That'll give you the team suggestions. Okay. And even when you're looking at the battle here, right, when you're looking at this boss, and you're going here, you can pick the boss rotations, and then you can pick the floors, right? They're all in there. It's the only way I can do it. I've been trying my best to make it idiot-proof. Not so much idiot-proof, that's the wrong word, but basically super obvious that anyone who was coming onto the site for the first time knows what it is. Like novice-proof. But it's actually quite difficult to do, apparently. So yeah, so you can see here, that's the scale, right? So that's why when we make statements, like I will always say, if you're early game, you want to hit 4,400 with increased defense already applied, right? So if you've got 3,000, you apply 1.6, that will put you on 4,800. So probably somewhere in the region like 2,800 You want to aim for 2800 defense with an increased defense. Once you're in the late to end game, you want to push more towards the 4000 with increased defense. 4200 is the nice break point, because 4200 will push you with the buff to about 6400. So you can see 4200 here is about like 79%. The increased defense will push you to about 83.5%, 7%. After that point, unless you're defense-based damage dealer or the boss reduces your maximum HP like the Sand Devil, defense is not valuable over HP, right? You can see it, like, in terms of EHP in this build, I've at 4200, not 48, not anymore. It's not really going to recommend me go any higher than that for effective HP. So, yeah, 4200 is the breakpoint, right? 4200 with, 4200 without. If you're late game, 4200 without increased defense. If you're early game, mid game, 4200 defense is a target with the increased defense included, which is around about 2800 defense with increased defense. User friendly. Yeah, madman. Idiot proof is a coding word that I use a lot. I basically look at something, not in the lens of people who use this site are idiots, but more in the lens of if I'm a complete idiot and I don't know what I'm doing, is it easy to use? So I put myself in the idiot mode. And if I can't figure it out in idiot mode, then it's not idiot proof enough, as in it's not easy enough. It's not user friendly. So there are some things you can't make like super good though. So is there a video on how I can analyze my account for regear? I don't know what to prioritize what gear for teams. Yes, Hellhades does them better than I do. Let me see if I can find the recent one. Hellhades does much better job at explaining gear than I will ever be able to do, because as we are well aware, I am a frequent hoarder. Frequent hoarder. Here you go, look. This one's from 7 months ago. It's pretty close, I think. 7 months ago is probably okay. I think so. Have a look at that one. There is loads of videos on Hellhades' channel. He does them better than I do. No worries, Big Mez. Glad you found it. I'm probably being a pain here, but I've watched all the vids really optimized, but mine keeps returning there's nothing found. Just looking for a simple damage build for arena. I'm getting zero joy. What are you configuring, Jeremy? So, best thing to do is... Edit invite link, no limit, generate new link, copy. Is, if you come over here, if you join the Discord, and can you screenshot for me this screen here? I'm on the right screen, am I? The selected filters. He may have done an optimizer video today, yes, Liam. But he may not have done a gear cleanse video today. I think he did an optimizer video today. But if you select this, I will be able to tell you probably pretty quickly why you're not finding a build. But this is what I need to know why, because until I see this, I can't tell you what you... It's very difficult for me to figure out what you're trying to achieve, if that makes sense. Are there any shortcuts for updating gear accessories in Player in Play? It takes long. There is not. It's tedious. I know it's tedious. Have you or HA ever thought about doing a video on the roll ranges of different star levels? Why a well-rolled star would be superior to a low-rolled 6-star? Well, what I want to do, Lily, is at some point, we will probably have a feature in here which does a gear analysis that kind of shows you on the pieces you have how good it rolled. Like, is this a high roll or a low roll? Is this really perfect roll or low roll? So you get some ideas. Because some of the things that people have asked us for is, how can I improve my current build? Makes sense. I understand the logic, right? Someone's come in and gone, hey, I really want to improve my build. I don't really want to do a whole rebuild again. Can I just, like, can the optimizer tell me where I can, you know, to basically improve that build? It's not very easy to do because the optimizer is programmed in a way that it's a task finish kind of situation. You give it a task, it tells you the results. So it's not a simple case that it can go in using only the existing current features and parameters. Tell me where I can improve my current build. It doesn't do that. It tells you how to find it. Basically says, based on what you've asked me to do, this is the best build available to you. So you could rerun your optimizer task if you save the config, right? What you'll find now if you're using the premium features is the premium optimizer will save a config of this champion. So if I want to come back and rerun Oella, I can do so. If you're not premium, by default, the optimizer will reset it every time you change champions. You can choose to override that if you want in the account settings. You can choose this here, right? You can choose to override it if you want. But I don't do that because we found in the past that people would forget that they've got settings configured from a previous champion. If you're going back to the same champion, it remembers it until you swap champions. But if you're premium, which everyone is at the moment, what happens is whenever you optimize a champion, it saves the config, it saves what you've asked it to do. So you can come back to that champion and just rerun the same thing. That's one way you can do it. But what I'd like to be able to do is kind of show you in your current build, in a very easy manner, which of your pieces are currently like the weakest. Like where on your pieces, like when I'm looking at this build here, I want to see which ones rolled less speed, which ones didn't roll as much crit rate, which ones didn't roll as much this. It's going to be paired a little bit alongside, like some people have asked me, what is this champion roll? It's a beta thing that I haven't released yet, where we're going to tell you almost based on the role that you've designated for this champion. So for example, this champion, I need to add more roles. This is just a framework that we started with. Could be a debuff for PvE. Well, it will give me a power rating, which defines, it's almost like the in-game champion power, but it's more logical because really a debuff for PvE is going to rate you higher for accuracy. Whereas if I go to say, Constantine, right? Constantine's all-out damage. If I told it debuff for PvE, look, it'll actually say it's a really bad build. Why? Because I've got no accuracy. I've also got too much damage. Because it just generally doesn't value damage with that kind of stuff because you want a PvE. If I go PvP, it's going to do 14,000. Probably because it values a little bit more damage there. Probably should be the other way around. If I go tank, it's going to say it's awful. You've got no survivability. But if I go damage dealer, amazing. 171. You've got everything you want. It's more logical, right? So we haven't released that yet because it's a beta thing. But the idea is using the role, we should be able to look at your gear and go, okay, we can see your build. How good is this build against the role that you've required? And then looking at the pieces you've got, where can you improve it by going, ooh, you got a perfect roll there. That's really good. You can't get much better than that. But your HP is like 2 under the perfect. Looking at the weapon, you can go, you've lost 1 speed there. You've lost like 3% crit rate. You've lost 1% HP. Looking at this sheet thing, this is a double low roll, really bad. The shield would be where you could improve. Having ability to just look at things and go, that's not quite good, that's really good, that's not quite good, I think would be the method we would go to help you almost min-max your build, rather than having, rather than it going, I'm going to go search for the artifact. We would basically give you the information and what we think is the weaker piece in the build, and then you can go look for a better one that kind of upgrades it. So just a little sidebar. Hello, do you recommend to regear one champion at a time or a couple of champions at the same time using the optimizer? I always tend to use the single optimizer, Edgardo, because it just gives you more control over the champion. I prefer to set my artifacts for my accessories first, because generally like Oella here, I'm going to need an accuracy or resistance banner with speed because I'm going really fast. I need accuracy or resistance, so I'll pick the banner. Picking the banner will speed it up so much. If I don't have a banner excluded, it slows down a lot because it has to reevaluate everything exponentially. Because at the moment, all it's got to look at is 6 slots with speeds. If I add the banner, it's got 7 slots with speed. So it's like an extra time that it has to recalculate everything. So it'll take a lot longer. Where 9 times out of 10, you will figure out which banner you want. Because I'm going to go, well, I need to be over 251 speed. If I need to be that fast, I need speed on a banner 9 times out of 10. And I also need over 200 accuracy and resistance. So one of them is going to have to be an accuracy resistance. So I look and I go, okay, I need a primary stat that's either accuracy or resistance. It's got to have speed. I want it ordered by speed, and I want it to ignore the glyphs when sorting so that it gives me the highest base speed. And then I can look at it and I can go, well, I don't want to take it off Nia. I'm using her. I don't want to take it off Ruella. She's in my other team. Oh, this piece is great. I'll pick this one. I can change this around. Look, I can change it without changing anything in the game. Doesn't really matter. I can put it into there. I can optimize. I can do what I want. Put it in, and then I can say, I found the banner that I want. I don't need the optimizer to tell me. Optimize. It's more okay to do rings because it's only HP and defense. It doesn't have to estimate speed, and most people build around speed. Amulets, again, you can look at it and go, look, I need to stay alive, so I want either a health or defense amulet, and it's got to have accuracy and resistance. You're never going to have more than 6, so you can easily find the one you want. You can see I've gone like, well, this one's got double rolls, perfect, but these legendaries could be better. They're not rolled. The optimizer won't assume anything is, it won't use anything that isn't rolled by default. It would need it to be level 8 minimum, normally. Quick side questions. Anyone have an else issue logging into the game on mobile? Someone was mentioning, I think Airbad was mentioning to me earlier he was having a problem. We were talking, he was in, I think he was hitting maintenance mode. So, it's in Discord. Let's have a look. Where did you post it? Or did you DM me, did you? Where is it in Discord? Oh, you posted it in the Hellhades Discord, did you? Where have you posted it? Oh, there. Great. Got ya. Okay. Okay, let's see. Right, you're in damage mode. First things first, Jeremy. Don't set critical damage in damage mode. You do not need to. Right? And I would pick a skill. I don't know which champion you're optimizing, but I will show you what a typical damage optimization should look like. Okay? So, I pick Constantine. I pick damage mode. I pick the ability that I'm primarily doing damage around. So for Constantine, I've gone Quiet Tide. It's important that you pick a skill, because if a skill has ignore defense mechanics, if it's maximum HP damage, if it's got specific unique multipliers, that will affect the results you get. Always pick the skill that matters most to you. So Quiet Tide, great. I'm then going to go into configure and I'm going to say, okay, what do I want to include? Do I want to change any custom masteries around right now, or am I happy? I'm pretty happy with this. I don't want to take anything from my priority 1 teams because they are the teams that are in all of my primary dungeons. And I want to include equipped and include locked champions on every other champion. Then I go into battle tab. Battle tab is very important for damage. So Constantine, I'm using him for arena. Well, I'll go general. Pick wave, it doesn't really matter. The level is only important for cruelty. Otherwise, you don't need to worry about it. I'm going to say I'm probably going to be fighting a target of 4,500 defense and 100,000 HP. I'm not going to have debuffs. Okay? But I'm going to have increased attack. So we throw that in there. Stats-wise then, I basically, whenever I'm doing crit damage, whenever I'm doing damage mode, it's only ever speed and then accuracy if I need it. If I'm doing it for clan boss, I'll set 220 accuracy and then put speed. If I need to resist stuff, then I'm probably not using a damage dealer. It's very rare that you do damage with resistance. Obviously, champions that don't require accuracy, like Rhonda, like Walking Tomb Drang, you don't need to. I'll set the minimum speed I need. Slots. I will always pre-select my banner. I'm doing damage. I'm an attack-based damage dealer. What do? I want attack. And what do I want? It has to have attack percentage. And do you know what? I've got no banners. Isn't that awful? I've got a reaction one. I've picked that one. Great. Amulet, what do I want? I just want crit damage and attack. Why? Because I'm not debuffing. I want damage. And I'm going to sort it by the highest flat attack value. I should be using this one. Why am I not? I've got a reaction piece. So I'm going to select that one, but I would use that one. Why? Because flat attack is the best thing you can get. And then I would pick an attack ring with attack percentage. And again, all I'm doing is I'm going attack percentage. I want to order by the highest attack percentage, that one, right? Pre-select the bottom row. It's really easy to do and it will just help speed up the process. Then I go in here and I've gone, okay, great, cool. I then go, I don't need any of these gloves. I'm pretty certain the build is either going to be crit rate or crit damage. It won't pick attack percentage unless I'm a bomb champion. But then you wouldn't build a bomb champion for damage mode. You would build him in balanced mode. I don't need HP percent. It's kind of useless. I don't need defense percent. It's useless. I need crit damage and crit rate because I want to deal damage. Chest. I'm an attack-based damage dealer. I only care about attack. If I was HP-based, I'd be HP. If I'm defense-based, I'm defense. You pick your primary stat. Boots, I put speed or attack percentage. I let the optimizer figure out what one is best for me. Yeah, I've done all that. Cool. What do I do now? Sets. You do not need to set Savage. If the optimizer feels like ignore defense is the way to go, it will give you ignore defense. Likelihood is, because I've set 4500 defense as my required defense, it's probably going to automatically select Savage, because Savage will lead to the highest damage calculation, because the way that damage mode works is it actually simulates the attack, and then it returns the abilities that yield the highest damage value of that ability. So therefore, if I need to ignore a lot of defense, it's likely going to be the best damage in set. So I don't need to tell it Savage. The only time you would tell it something for damage mode is if you wanted something like Swift Parry, Relentless, Reflex, Toxic. It's more PvE options. But for PvP, you probably don't need to set anything. Or if you wanted like Stone Skin, right? If you wanted to do a Cupidus, you would pick Cupidus. But don't use this to set Savage because it will pick that anyway. Glyphs wise then are very important. Also, you want to make sure you pick the glyphs valuable. You can see I basically said I want speed 4, it's fine. I want 7% in attack. You can change it to 5 and 30. Speed glyphs will dramatically change your build if you were doing it. Then all we do, optimize. You can do 100 if you want. I always do. Boom. This will go like that when it starts preparing. Sometimes it'll be slower if I've got a lot more artifacts. So you can see I've only got 247 billion results. So it'll do it in less than a minute. If your optimizer is taking more than 3 minutes, you've got a bad, it's not good enough. Like the query's bad. You can refine it. So you'll see here right now, what's happening is it's looking. It's probably found the best build already, but I like to do a full look. We'll wait for it to come through. Like I can keep going if I wanted to, or I could stop it. You can see it's not changing it. And then I can look at my skills tab, right? The skills tab is updated based on the target. So I can stop it here. I can say, do you know what, I'm happy with that. Go to the battle. I can increase the defense. You see it's changing the skills tab. When I go back to optimize, I can hover over to see if any of these builds are going to improve it. And it's saying, do you know what? Based on your current gear, you can get a slight improvement here, which is probably a glyph. What you've got is the best you're going to get for the available build based on the locked conditions you've got. And it will show you the differences. That's how you do damage mode. Did that make sense, Jeremy? Did that improve it? Any questions on damage mode before we move on? You've heard whispers that he's working on additional books, is he? Oh, I actually need to reread them. It's been a while. So the TLDR, damage mode, select the skill, make sure you set up your configurations, pick the target how you need it. Debuffs are important. Set up any different buffs you want as well. It could impact it. Set your minimum speed. Pick your bottom row first. Then exclude things to make it quick and efficient. Only set sets if you need the set. Don't set it if you think it's the better set. It will figure it out for you. And then make sure you do your glyphs. We need to, as a company at HH, make better tutorials for this. We 100% recognize that there needs to be more written content that kind of walks you through what I've just walked you through. And it's something we want to do. It's not... I actually need to change that link there now. It's not clear enough what you need to do at the moment, but it's also because we've added lots of things over time. Like you got like this new lookup is brand new. It's only been in the optimizer for about a couple of weeks now, so yeah, the skills tab is good. It also shows you the blessing bonuses if you've got it here as well. But it's calculating realistically. There are some abilities, like I don't think it properly calculates this ignore defense, I'm pretty sure. So like if I put block active skills, it's not always reading it. I need to figure out why this has gone wrong. And there are a couple of other champions that the debuff should be impacting with, and I need to figure it out. But yeah. I'd do a better presentation, Kevin. I rushed through that because I've got things I need to do. I still need to rebuild the clan boss. Anyway, so what I wanted to show you there, Jeremy, if you are still stuck, I see Wolfie has replied to you. Wolfie is very useful for he's our lead GPU developer, GPU optimizer developer. If he can't figure it out, nobody can. So if you need any more help, just ask him. On your artifacts, how do you get to show what is your best when you are sorting? Sure, I'll show you. So what you do, say like you're on the artifacts tab here, Jason, right? Say like I want to find my best attack banner for a faction. So what you do is you would go, okay, well, I want attack as a primary stat to begin with, and I want it to be a banner. Great, cool. Now I want to ignore glyphs by sorting, and generally for an attack banner, you want attack percentage. So I'm going to say it must have attack percentage. Then I'm going to order at the top here by attack percentage. What it's going to do now is going to give you an ordered list of any faction. You could look at this, and it's going to give you your best attack percentage number, and it's going to do it without the glyph. If I tell it to do it with the glyph, this is going to go higher. Why? Because it's a stronger glyph. This ignore glyphs is helpful because sometimes it's going to give you a higher speed when there is another piece that's got higher base speed that could go higher again, if that makes sense. Like, for example, this Skrunk piece has got 24%. If I don't ignore glyphs when sorting, then things like this attack percentage up here at 18%, this Whisper banner is going to go higher. Why? Because 18 plus 8 is greater than 24. It's 26%. But if I ignore it, then what it's saying is actually Skrank is the 4th highest base attack percentage with an attack banner in my entire account. That's why this feature exists. You can obviously say, oh, it needs to have speed as well. And you can start narrowing it down. You can say, do you know what? I don't want defense percentage. So you can say, I don't want any defense percentage on it. And you can even go as far as to say, well, I don't want defense or flat defense. And you can even say, like, I want it to be only legendary. The filtering on the artifacts of the optimizer is what it should be in game, but it's obviously quite difficult to do in game. You can basically do that here. You can even hide ascended artifacts if you want. So say like here, I'm using this. Say like I don't want to see my... What's the best way to do this? Like, so if I do quad rolls, right? Maybe I'm looking at what things I want to ascend. So I can basically go, well, I'm looking at my quad rolls. I can hide the artifacts I've already ascended. You can see it took it from 31 artifacts to 29. I can also hide artifacts that have been reforged. So you can see 31 out of 24. So the flexibility here is where it's great. You can look at Ascension Rack. How many have I got at 5? Well, I've got 2 at 5. Do I want to take it any higher? How many have I got at 2? Do I want to take it any higher? You've got that flexibility layer. Like I would probably say that probably needs to go up if the speed tune is not appropriate. That's how you use the artifacts tab. Okay. Yeah, there's a weird bug. I need to look into that, Twitch. Where the initial load isn't showing the highest ordered. I need to do a bit of checking into it, Twitch. Someone reported that to me the other day. I hadn't got around to bug testing it yet. Generally, it's not that far off, but it does report slightly higher damage numbers if you care about that. But what I wanted to show you here is this is Owella's old build, right? So we had her in Frenzy, 62,353, 3.4k defense. If I hit live refresh, this will change the build. It basically pulls the data back in. Now I'm at 3,300. But that EHP at the moment doesn't take into account the fact that I'm going to have minus 40% AoE damage reduction, which is big. Watch how much she's going to survive on this boss now. We're going to run her back exactly the same way. And watch how safe this should be. As long as Artak doesn't die, which he doesn't seem to, the only fail rate with this team was if Oella died. Because Oella is the healer. Oella is our savior here. Artak will keep himself alive here on because he's going to use his passive more because he's destroying 3 champions' HP. So he's going to keep his passive down. Obviously, he won't until the shield is gone. Odd One was telling me this earlier. Why is it Artak bugged? I was like, have you got him in a shield? And he was like, yes. And I was like, if he's in a shield, he doesn't destroy his max HP. If he's not in a shield, he destroys his max HP. I don't really know why, but that's the way it's coded. I guess that's the intention. But, you know, hey, that's the way they've done it. No worries, Acrobat. This stream is probably worth watching because we've gone through a lot of like basics and stuff. You are a regular viewer anyway, so you probably know a lot of it anyway. But it's been pretty good. I feel like it's been a pretty good stream for everyone to understand how some things are working. Look how tanky my Oella is. She hasn't got enough resistance though. We need to improve her resistance because heal reduction is a death. So we need to sort her resistance out. I probably need to glyph a bit more. It's good. Let's just glyph a bit more. Glyphs are the difference between a mid-game player and an end-game player. Like, she's not even max build. Right now, she's at basically like low range. The helm is and the shield is the one that really matters. Resistance 6. Resistance 5. How much do we need? 265 plus 76. 341 times 1.5. She was at 500 resistance. I'm looking at the wrong number here. Ugh, 221. So she's 221 plus 76. So she's at 297 times 1.3, 1.5. Yeah, 445. We needed 435. I mean, she has enough. I don't know why she was getting debuffed. She has got enough. Take this up. Maybe we roll resistance. Oh, guess we'll roll that. Let's just do this. Let's boost this. She took a lot though. It was really... Oh, come on. Kill. She was getting it in the middle. Maybe she's 3%ed. We'll run it again. We'll run it again. Maybe she just 3%ed. It's very possible she just 3%ed. So you would say IG is worth the farming now since the gear reworks. It was kind of before it's a Stefano. I mean, Reflex is great. Stun, great. Not stun. Provoke is really good. You get cursed here, do you? Or is that dragon? I can't remember what you get here. Let's find out. To be honest now, I should probably drop decrease attack. I was opening decrease attack with Artak because Oella was dying. But in all honesty, I think Oella can take the hit. I don't really care if Theodore dies. He helps speed it up, but it's not the end of the world. But we kind of need Seer to die as quickly as possible. So this speeds up. Basically, nobody should be without increased resistance because she extends the buff. So she should always have increased resistance buff. Pretty much all the time, see? Artak is taking it now. Maybe it's just like a weird 3% in. Maybe I'm just getting some really bad RNG, but they've all got enough resistance. Heal reduction is where this team will fail, see? Because obviously no healing going on, which is bad. Oh my god, Oella is a tank. The beauty of this team is... Why is our attack taking resistance? What the hell's going on? It doesn't really matter. The beauty is that we're getting decreased attack now with our attack. So it means that you don't need to be so extreme on your build because you're halving the incoming damage. Let's just check the our attack build because he was taking a lot of decreased resistance there. $233 is fine because the thing is we're getting 75 aura, which is boosted a little bit, which is 76. Oh, that's a pain, isn't it? I'm gonna have to check every single dungeon team because she's just got an extra 3 freaking speed. Oh god. Thank god they did the free regearing. Just want to say though, Player seems to be incapable of doing math because the last time I checked, why does a legendary champion get 13% and 250? That's 50%. Why is an epic champion only getting 25% bonus? Excuse me? No. That's not fair. 25% bonus, please. Stop trying to make legendaries the only thing in the game. First world price. It's not though, Mac, because I don't want the... I've said from the start, I don't want these stats. I don't need them. I don't think they should be there. And it's going to make me have to rebuild everything. I haven't run Clan Boss yet today. Haven't had a chance. Because I got to rebuild my Seer. My Seeker. Okay, Jeremy, cool. Maybe it was just cached weird. Like, I have no idea if this team is still going to work. Let's find out. No worries, Jeremy. Maybe all the teams are fine. No, she's broken, see? She's going too fast. LeBurger's not fast enough. Can I recover, or is it over? It's over. What was the increase? It was 7. It was from 7 to 10, wasn't it? They added 3 more speed. Is that right? I should be able to check because it'll be in the optimizer still. Honestly, you're just doing this to annoy me. 7. Okay, so LeBurger needs to go up 3 speed. So, like, I don't think it matters. She's that slow, to be honest. Let's go 3 speed. Speed. I'll do. I don't think it'd make a difference. I can't really do the optimizer at the moment because I haven't put the bonuses in, but I might have a look. Obviously, when I've updated the optimizer, I could do John. It's just annoying, right? There we go. On the bright side, some of my teams were like 1% in every now and then, like they were really close to the edge. So, to some extent, the 5% extra crit damage is probably enough to get me over the line to make sure it's more 100%. Wow, I don't think we got a single extend there. I think we're okay. It's close, that one. Let's run that again. Whose champion uses protection set? Champions that buff a lot. Necra is a very good option. Wow, why didn't that work? Why didn't we break that? have to see what happened there. Maybe we didn't strip a stone skin or something, I don't know. Who uses protection? Champions who buff a lot. Someone like a Archmage Helmet would be pretty decent. Someone like a Riho Bone Spear is great in protection. Necret. Basically a champion that can... should be fine. It's slower though at the moment. It doesn't feel as safe as it always has. Which is stress, I'll be honest. I think Weaken just didn't land on it. It's probably why it failed. I think it's okay now. Yeah, protection with it. Basically, champions that all they do is buff are very good options. They're really good. Best gear set to aim for: Pythian, Guardian, Curing. I would suggest Bolster. John. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's fine. It's back to normal. Okay, so that's good. Do we even want to look at this one? Is it going to break? No, good. Okay. If one day I'll get a Halls ring, I might build a proper team here. But not Millsmere when you're using him with Seer Woman, right? Yeah, Bolster. Don't use Bolster with Seer. Bolster's bad with Seer. Pythian is great with Bolster because you can use him everywhere, and Bolster's just a really good set for him. If you're going to go Guardian with Pythian, you might as well go Bolster to help with your EHP and use, and you're going to use him probably in Arena a fair bit, right? Protection is really good as off pieces more often than not, right? Having one or two pieces because it's variable. The bonus primary stats are good for like support-based champions. So, Curing, by the way, is very good. I think Curing has gone up in value. That's good. That's still fine. Okay, so those teams are fine. Spiders, I don't think it matters because Seer's not in there. I don't think I have any maximum HP. Just run this one more time. Make sure it's fine. Curing, I was waiting for the code. Curing's going to work on maximum HP. So what's going to happen when this is running? Where am I on? Totally in the wrong display. So what Curing is going to do, right? I was talking about something that don't use that on Mage, right? Oh yeah, yes. I don't know if protection set that stops it, Christomir. There's two types of protection. There's protection mode 1 and protection mode 0. I'm pretty sure Bolster is protection mode 0, but other protection sets is not. I think protection set with Seer is okay because she can take things like the Brogni shield. She takes the Brogni shield off, so I think she can take some protections. I think protection set is okay for it. So the Curing. The important thing was, right, why is Curing versus Miracle Heal? What Miracle Heal does is, right, say like I've got say that my champion is 50,000 HP, right? That's his total, okay? Total HP. The current HP max, right, or let's just say current destructed HP, right? And we're going to do a percentage here. We're going to say we've lost 20%. So actual max HP is this times 1 minus that. Okay. So my current maximum HP is 40,000. Okay. Now, when I'm using Miracle Heal, okay, let's just say my current HP is 37,500. Okay. So missing HP is 40,000 minus that, right? So basically we're at What's it? So that's 1 minus that times that. Yes. Percentage. Oops. Equals 1 minus that divided by that divided by that. Yes. We're at 94% HP. Okay. Those are the main things to write. So what we've got is total HP, current destructed HP, how much we've lost of the maximum HP. So that makes our actual max HP 40,000. Now, our current HP is 3750, so we've lost 2500. So our current HP is at 94%, right? So the way that Miracle Heal works, right, is say like I heal for... Let's just move this here. Here, and let's just move this down a little bit. And let's just say bonus, restored max. Let's say decay, head, restored max. So the way that this works is say like we heal for, I don't know, 15,000 HP. Let's take an example of Elva. Elva is a great example. Elva, whenever your champion in a team takes a turn, when Elva is in your team, she makes it possible that your champion will heal 10% of their maximum HP, right? So that makes your current heal 4,000. Whenever you take a turn with Elva, you heal for 4,000. Okay? That's the way it works with Elva. Now, if Elva was in Miracle Heal, Miracle Heal is coded as... This is a pretty good team now, guys. I'm not going to lie. This is a very good team, I think. Elva, Miracle Heal here, we've got... Where is it? Like, I do have a 6 out of 6, right? I literally have a Doom Priest. 6 out of 6 with Miracle Heal. I've tested it. It's terrible. But I'm going to show you why now. Miracle Heal has a chance of restoring a portion of your destroyed max HP whenever this champion heals themselves or an ally. Fine. Works. Only direct heals. Doesn't work with Leech. Doesn't work with continuous heals. Unless the champion attack in the Leech head also has Miracle Heal. So it has to be a physical direct heal like Elva's passive. At 5-star, 100% chance to restore maximum HP. It restores 20%. Let's just take a maxed out Miracle Heal. The best possible Miracle Heal. It's going to heal 30% of the heal. Okay? So what that's going to actually do is it's going to go, take this, times 30%. 1,200. And it's going to restore maximum HP based off that. No. That's not what it does. What it's actually doing is going, okay, I'm missing 2,500 HP, so we take the 4,000 we've done, and we take 2,500. So I've only actually healed, basically, this. I've only actually healed 2,500. Right? Because that's how much I've maximum healed. Then what it does is it takes that 25 and it goes, I'm now going to restore 30% of the 2,500. Which is... I gotta remember how to do this. Bad math. So we take that and we do this. And I'm going to actually say I only restore 30%. So I'm actually restoring 750. Okay? Of my current max HP that's destroyed, I'm restoring 750. But what the decay head is going to do is, oh, you healed for 4,000. Oh, that's cool. I'm going to take 0.15. So I'm actually going to just take 15% away from you of your 4,000. Now, we're in smaller numbers here. So in this instance, the head of decay is 15%, isn't it? It's not more. It's more. I'm sure it's 15%. Or is it more than that? I forget. Let me double check that before I go on a tangent here. Decay. 15%, right. So he takes a total of 15% of that and destroys it. Now, the good news is because we've actually had a lot of missing HP, we were able to restore a fair chunk, right? Because we've basically taken 2,500 and we're going to restore 30%. But we've already decayed 600. So actually, we've restored 150. Or let's do it the other way. Which is basically, if we take this minus this, oops, this minus that, and then that divided by that, 2%. Okay? 2%. But what curing is going to do is it's going to go, I'm going to heal 20% of this. Okay? So actually, you're not healing 4,000 anymore. You're healing 1.2. It's 4,800. But I'm going to take the 800 away and go, I'm actually restoring 800. Flat. Doesn't matter how much missing HP you've got. I'm just going to restore 800. The decay head's still going to do the same thing, and he's going to go, well, you've healed for that times 1.2, because you're actually going to heal more than 4,000 because you're going to heal 20% more. And I'm going to take out 1.0.5. That's the wrong number. So he's going to destroy a little bit more, but we should hopefully scale better. This is my understanding. I could be wrong here. Maybe it's actually just bad. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's just bad. Maybe it's not as good as I think it is. It could be that it's differentials. Well, it's actually bad there. So what happens if we change the pool around a bit? What if we're at 100%? Right. Interesting. Okay. What about 30%? So basically, if you're at curing, right? Here's the logic I'm thinking. If you're at curing, okay, you're always going to gain maximum HP back, albeit in small margins, when you are in a decay head scenario. It's not as big as I thought it was going to be, actually, because I forgot. If you're going to increase your healing output by 20%, the boss is going to increase his decay rate by 20%. So you're still trading 5%. Which is what this is working out at roughly. It's like 0.6%. The value depends on the heal, right? So I've based this off a 10% self-heal, right? So if you've got 50,000 HP and you're currently at maximum destroyed HP and you're at full HP, then a curing set will restore 0.6, whereas any heal would actually lose you HP with the decay head. Now, if you lose a bit of HP, say like you go down to 3,500, then Miracle Heal works better. The more you go down, so like say you go to 20,000, that's the wrong number, too many zeros. Miracle Heal is even better then, because the heal quality is increasing, although I think I've done the wrong math there, because I can't heal more than 3,750, so I've done a bad formula there for some reason. C1. So, it's probably just 3,750. Because I can't heal more than 3,750, right? Miracle Heal is still bad. I wonder what it happens if I go 2,500. No, to 2,500. 1870, 50. Okay. So, what happens then if we're at if we heal more than 10%? Maybe that's a bigger difference. Does the heal size, so is a better healer a better curing set? Yes. This is what this would suggest. So, if I heal for a larger value, which would be, let's just say that for now. And say like I'm at, that's fine. So say like I'm at 3250. $5,000. Honestly, it's actually bad. This is bad, isn't it? Hey, YST. I mean, they would stack. That's a good idea. So a healer with Miracle Heal would stack. You'd basically... Yeah, so if we imagine they stack, right? So we would basically go Miracle and Curing. We would basically take one stack of that. Let's just do it properly. Equals if this is greater than that, then that, else that. Yeah, but if it's like 2250, 36,500. Yeah, cool. Right, I was just checking that. So, for example, if we basically put ourselves at 30,000 HP at the moment, we want basically that, and we're going to times that with 0.3. That's going to give us our first amount. That's what we're going to restore first. But we're then going to go and take that times 0.2. That's a bad one. So we're actually going to restore 3,750, whereas the decay head is just going to do this because he's going to be basing off the heal. So actually, it's really good combined. You're actually going to restore 19% of your missing HP. No, it doesn't work on continuous heals. Curing will curing work? I don't think it will. Let's just check. I mean, I'll be honest, it's a heavy index, isn't it? Like, oh, I don't want all the bios. I don't want all the bio... set skill 102. No, that's not what I asked for. Curing. It affects 2003 and 1000, which is... Gotta find what it is, hang on. Affinity Finder, Relation Finder, Battle Effects. Kind Finder. So it affects heal and continuous heals. Curing affects continuous heals. Big news. It does. It does. It does. So continuous heal won't affect miracle heal, but curing is continuous heals will work with curing. So that makes someone like Tuhanarak with curing much better, because at least you're gonna get the continuous heal with curing much better, like hugely. So if you have continuous heals like Elva, I actually think curing on Elva Autumnborn for Hydra is bonkers good with Miracle Heal. Right? Because you're getting continuous heals. Someone like Oella, continuous heals with the Crowned. Rector Drath, if she does continuous heals. Like, who does continuous heals? Yeah, big chunky heals as well will work. It basically says, increase the heal. It affects anything of 2,000 and 3 and 1000, which is continuous heals or direct healing. I'm pretty sure 4023 is restore max HP. Yeah, so it destroys HP based on continuous heals. Do I have someone who's got continuous heals with a 6-star awakening? That's a question. Do I have anyone? Don't think I do. What way we can check? The wonderful optimizer. Skills. I think I got I need to order by ascendancy. This has continuous heals? Apparently. Yeah, but I've got no blessing on a well. It's only a 1-star. We'd need something bigger. Because the problem with Miracle Heal is, unless you're at a high awakening, it's not good. Miracle Heal has to be a minimum of 5-star. If you're not at 5-star, doesn't really work. But we can test it on... What am I thinking? We can just test it on... we can just test it on any champion. We don't need Miracle Heal. Miracle Heal is not doing anything. We want continuous heals. So any champion with continuous heals in curing. That's the test. We could test it on Urogrim. We just stripped Urogrim's gear, haven't we? Let's just go test it on Urogrim. Let's go in here. Pull him out. Let's give Urogrim, because we've got a big soul on Urogrim here. Hey, Fix. Fix, are we going to play some Diablo 4 in a bit? Or are you mentally exhausted today? Curing. Have I got curing? Maybe. I've just decided I'm done working today. You were still working? What is wrong with you, boy? We're going to have words, me and you. Okay, we'll go with that. I am going to space. Actually, kind of a crazy glove. Can I sell some stuff? Can I sell some junk? Can I sell some junk? Can I mule anything right now? Use equipped artifice. No, but some people may be having some problems with like syncing, perhaps potentially. Maybe it's just like the optimizer is probably having a fire ignited under its backside right now, because whenever these weekends are happening, the amount of optimization requests that go through the server is astronomical. The servers are way better than the first time we did this, when the servers just blew up because we had I think we had like a 300% increase. It was an unprecedented amount of usage. So it could be that sometimes you just need to reload. Maybe the server has a little bit of a mini glitch. We are monitoring it, obviously, so if anything is major, we fix it. But pretty much it's a case of we can't, it's our main team is European. It's like 1 a.m. It's like midnight for me here. So if it's late for me, it's even later for them. So if there is major problems, then obviously we'll have to wait till the morning. But I think it's fine. It's probably just a refresh. Okay, that's enough. It's the 20% of the heal, yeah. But it works on continuous heals. That's what we've just discovered. That's what we're testing right now, is how good is it on someone with continuous heals? Because it looks like it's very good for people like Tahanarak, people like Elva Autumnborn, people like Oella. Because it appears to work on continuous heals and direct heals, which Miracle Heal does not. Let's clear that. Oh, we could have won that one. It's fine. Yeah, take that. Why not? We'll take that. The chess piece. You got to be careful about man-eaters. So we'll take it from you. That piece is awful, actually. I should just like remove that. Sell it, because that's really bad. Pardon. Let's just take that. Okay, and give him some speed. Let's see. Am I on the right screen here? No. Professional streamer out the window. Right, okay, so we have him in Curing Set. Curing Set restores 20% of the bonus heal. He's going to do continuous heals. Let's take him in. Let's just take him in Hydra a second. Let's go into... Is he in the starting rotation? It's on the starting rotation. Oh, okay. Where can we test this? Because that was my normal starting rotation. He'll stay alive a bit. Probably won't, but... Let's put him in... Actually, let's just go into Doom Tower. Where is he? Okay, Doom Tower. Doom Tower waves. It's a good way to test. So, boost everyone up. Burn. Should get some burns here. Why didn't he destroy any max HP? Must have been in the shield. Oh, I need to activate. I always forget that you have to activate. Okay, so we're losing good chunks there. Just activate fully now, right? He's fully down. Continuous heals. Do we see restored maximum HP? Yes. Small amount. Extend the buff. Just give himself a heal. Keep him alive. Yeah, look, it moved. Curing might be going up. Continuous heals works. But you can see, like, Miracle Heal's not working with it. So it's going to do 15% of whatever he's at, right? So if our attack here is... What's he at? He's at 92,000 HP, right? So he's at 92,907. Current HP is at 50%. So he's going to heal. What's the continuous heal? 15%, right? So it should restore like 0.3%. It should restore like, well, actually it should restore a lot more than that because it's going to do 0. It should restore 3%. Yeah, 3%. Which may seem like rubbish, but actually, in a scenario where you don't keep destroying your max HP, I think it's actually really good. Miracle... no, Awella is not a Miracle Heal. Awella is here just to extend the continuous heal test. She's extending the continuous heals. Like, she's not placing them on him because he's not losing 15% of his HP. Because Aragrim's taking all the damage. Let's just speed it up a bit. So we put the continuous heals back out now. Boost. Slow it down. Max HP restored. You can see, look, there's a little line. It's hard to tell, but you see there's a gap. This is working. It's working. It's working if he has full HP, yeah. It's on the total, it's on the bonus heal. It's on total 20% of the heal. It's like if we run it back again. So Owella is in here just, she's not placing continuous heal. She's just here to keep the Aragrim alive. And also extend the duration so we can test it. Ready? Ready for it? Watch the red bar. Ready for it? It went back. It's big. It should be really good. I think curing is really good. Because that's the difference. Miracle Heal, my main complaint was, the Decay Head does it on the full heal. Miracle Heal only does it on the portion that I've restored. If Miracle Heal did it on the full heal, or the Decay Head just did it on the portion restored, it would be better. But it doesn't. With this, does it on the full heal. Or basically 20% of that full heal, right? Because that's how much it restores. So Miracle Heal won't work with it, but Miracle Heal will work with things like this. Look. Max HP restored. Miracle Heal will work that. But you can see it didn't do a lot because it only did it on the missing amount. Miracle Heal is really good for like single burst missing lots of HP. But for your support champions, now you want to basically farm lots of fast curing, I guess. No, Miracle Heal doesn't work with continuous heals. I'm almost certain of it. I'll double check, but I'm almost certain that Miracle Heal doesn't work with continuous heals. I think it only works with direct healing. Yeah, Miracle Heal only works with 1000 coded, so it only restores direct healing. But curing works for continuous heals. It does make you question, why does one work with one way and not the other? It does. Yeah, it does. Yeah, I just checked the code to be safe. But he's like, restoring. I can see the bar moving, so I know it's working. So continuous heals or direct healing on curing is a full 20%, which means that so long as you're continuously healing with someone like an Elva or an Owella, you will restore more HP than you lose on Hydra. Or at full HP, right? So if imagine we were at basically zero, at full HP here, which is this. You're still always going to restore max HP, even if the Head of Decay destroys some. It may not be a lot, but at least you won't always be going backwards, where Miracle Heal, you're probably always going backwards, right? Because you're basically doing this. That's why Miracle Heal doesn't work, and that's why we had the problem with the Head of Decay, was if you heal on any source, you always go backwards with Head of Decay. Because you can't restore it. Sorry, screen. I'm tired. It will be ending in a minute. I'm really tired today. But in this scenario here, where you've restored no missing HP, Miracle Heal doesn't do anything, so you always end up in a situation where even like someone like Marichka, who fully restored the HP, the Head of Decay would then come and destroy a further amount. Because he destroys it based on the total, not the missing. Whereas with curing, you should always be in a positive scenario, even if the positive is really small. As small as this. right? But if it grows bigger, like say like you lose, say like 30,000 HP, curing won't scale any harder if your heal isn't scaling any harder, whereas Miracle Heal would scale harder, I guess, if you heal... Yes, Miracle Heal will scale a little bit better. Because the problem with Decay Head is essentially the Decay Head is going to take 15% of the bonus heal. So you're only really healing 5% because essentially you're going to heal 20% more, but I'm going to decay 15% of that 20% anyway. So you're kind of like chasing your own tail. But for scenarios where it's not a continuous loss of max HP, like we were talking about Miracle Heal on what's her name? Aniri. Is curing better? Is curing more effective? You can't really do it because you need regen, right? I was thinking, is curing better than regen? But I don't really think it is. I was thinking about Aniri then for a second. I think I was probably going a bit too exotic. She does heal per turn, right? It's only 5%. That's a shame. Even with the 20% boost, it's not going to be enough, right? Because she'll heal 5% of her current HP, but that's not the same as 18%. So the 20% isn't going to replace the 13% you lose, I don't think. Because what's her max HP here? It's like what? 64,545. So 64,545 is 0.05. 0.18. Even if I try to multiply that by 1.2, it's nowhere near the difference. It's just not enough, so it's not going to work. It's not going to work because you need the regen. So, can you say once again why poisons don't work versus Sand Devil? Because the boss has minus 90% ignore defense. I haven't written the Sand Devil strategy, but the new boss for the new dungeon guide for Sand Devil will explain that, Christomir. But the boss has got a secret passive that reduces incoming poison damage by 90%. Same as Iron Twins. No, she can heal her A1. She can heal off her A1. If she's the only ally alive... Oh, she can't heal this champion. Okay, never mind. I didn't see that A1. My bad. I missed the sentence. How dumb is that? Yeah, she needs regen. I was just thinking, could it be possible? Because I know Miracle Heal works. But what I think is definitely champions like Oella and Elva, in fact, in Hydra. Not only are you increasing their healing output, but you're also restoring max HP. I think it's really good. I think it's really, really good. Because it's continuous heals. Champions like Tuhanarak, right? Removes under continuous heals. What is it? Doesn't she place continuous heals? Place a continuous heal on this champion and also on the lowest ally. Really, really good. People like Wither the Crowned. People like Syl. Where's Syl? Syl's a direct. A Pardon. Places 2 continuous heals. 30% restoration times 20. Big. A Pardon is a very good max HP cleanser now with curing set. Another big 15% heal as well. So Pardon is great healer. Syl does... What am I looking for, Syl? 10%. So she's basically like Elva, but only when she takes a turn. Oella would be great. Would the increase in continuous heals of 3% be worth it on Oella? Well, it's not really a 3%, Dutchy, if you think about it. It's 20% more healing output generally. And you restore max HP. That's what we got to remember. Curing is going to increase healing by 20%. So you're going to get bonus healing on top. Like, it basically means that Oella becomes a regen set for everyone. Or like, you get 20%, you get 12% max HP heal every turn. They're minor gains, but they are big. Like Elva, I think curing is really good on her. Because every time she takes a turn, she places continuous heals out on everyone. It's really strong. Someone like King Alcaba, doesn't he do continuous heals or something? Oh, it's got a condition or something like that. It'll be interesting to see. People like Orogrim. Help yourself stay alive, right? I've long argued there wasn't that many good options for champions like Orogrim with blessings. But if you've got a miracle heal solo build with Orogrim, you probably could go curing. Because you'll get a continuous heal and a big self-heal with extra healing. You can probably look at curing as an alternative to regen. Anyway, I know, Lilia, I'm really frustrated with when they do that. When they basically put stuff in the back end of the game and don't put it in the front end. I really want King Galka, that's why I pulled Sacred for him. Anyway, I need to tweak my clan boss team, or I basically need to check if my clan boss team is going to break. Oh, I have no idea. Let's find out. I've only got one 6-star soul here, and it is Seeker. I haven't run it yet because I was like, what if it breaks? Checking the clan boss calc now, see if it's going to break or not. Oh, you hate having to do this. I forced upon you as well. It's a good thing we got the free re-gearing because I wouldn't have been able to do this otherwise. What is it? What is his aura? 20%. 20 times 1.075. 21.5. Is that right? Demitha. I have to calculate the aura. 7.5. So 20 times 1.075 is 21.5. Okay. We need to check the speeds because I haven't checked this in a while. Oh, aye. Rabbit is in. Where's Rabbit? 3 clan boss. 311. What set? Speed, crit damage. Why am I zoomed out here? In speed and crit damage. So 1 speed. Over steel. Seeker is now God knows what. 220. I think it's too fast. In Cruel. Demitha is... Where's Demitha? Demitha. It's just on here a minute ago. Why can't I find champions in this game? So hard. Demitha is on 311. In 1 speed. Lower steel. Riho. Oh, where is she? She's got a soul somewhere. There. She is at 285 in toxic speed. Probably with lower steel as well. And then we've got good old uncommon sniper who is in 1 speed, 1 perception with lower steel, and I think she is at 229. Okay, it doesn't break. Does it break on Spirit? No, great. Does it break on Ultra Nightmare? No, thank God. I don't have to rebuild the game. Thank God we don't have to rebuild the clan boss team. So we're going to end it here. I think we did a pretty good stream. We managed to have a look at all of the different weird things. We didn't get around to Fury. I think we'll do that on the next stream, because we will look at the Mr. Adithe build, and maybe we'll try and rebuild some of the Man-Eaters into Fury. We'll run it once out of Fury, see what kind of damage it does, and then we'll run it again in Fury and see how much damage in a clan boss run it will do. I've got the Lix Eater set up ready to go, which is the Countess Lix double Man-Eater Mr. Adithe. So we can test it in there. It's a really good test bed for Fury. I don't have Leorius, so I can't test it. I can tell you with Leorius, you still want to go Savage, I think. Unless you know you're going to be at 1%. If you're going to be at 1%, Leorius benefits from Fury. If you're not going to be at 1%, it's not good. So I think generally you're going to want to stick with it, but we'll find out. So anyway, I'm going to go slay some zombies, hang out with Fix for half hour, see what we're going to do. Hope you guys had a great time. Good luck if you're optimizing the next couple of days. It is free for everyone. We will be releasing more of the dungeon boss guides over the next few days. And if you are a paying member, if you have paid for a membership, keep an eye on the end screen. I've done some OBS stuff. I've done some little professional streaming stuff. Not that I'm a professional streamer, but keep an eye on it. You might see something special. So yeah, thanks for watching, guys, and I'll catch you guys in the next stream. Bye.